What is up, everybody, and welcome to the 2022 Hockey Royalty NHL Watch Party, Draft Watch Party. Man, I thought I can do that in one breath, but a little bit too much info. Man, we were hoping to have maybe a draft pick or two to watch from the Kings' standpoint this draft, but I guess we'll take the Kevin Fiala trade over any first round picks this year. So we're going to have Hockey Royalty folks coming in and out of here. This is going to be pretty much an informal watch party, just checking out what's going on with the draft and recapping any craziness and trades that go down, because today has been pretty wild just in itself. Just to start, we haven't even gotten going here. But just to kind of get us started here, we got Kiffin McGinnis in here, one of our Hockey Royalty studs. What's going on, Kiffin?
Just happy to be here. Happy that the draft is here. I mean, for someone like me, I love the draft. I love the trade deadline. I'm all about the season, but that off season stuff really gets me going.
Yeah,
I have such a blast with it.
yeah, for sure. I mean, the draft for Kings fans, I guess for the last couple of years, it's been a little bit more important than it has this year, obviously. But yeah, I mean, it's hockey. You get it's the first step for these prospects to kind of get their feet wet in the NHL and get the entrance into the NHL. But especially, I guess, this draft more than others. It seems like with all the salary cap situations, it seems like there's going to be a lot more moves going on, and yeah, so we're kind of looking forward to all the nonsense, I guess, that's going to happen. But
Can we talk about some of that nonsense?
yeah,
today?
why not? Sure, let's just do it. Let's just dive right into it. Kind of recap, I guess, what has already happened today. Earlier this morning, I think the first trade that went down was Gorgiev going from the Rangers over to the Avalanche and for a couple mid-level picks or mid-round picks. Kind of signaling the end of Darcy Kemper in Colorado, and Colorado moving on to a new goaltender and pretty decent one in Georgiev. What do you think about that one? I guess we can just start off.
I mean, as far as for a Kings fan looking at an old Kings player in Kemper, I mean, I was upset. Darcy Kemper's the Stanley Cup champion. I wish he had done it with us. But at the same time, I kind of get it. I like it for Colorado. Kemper was not great during the Stanley Cup final. I mean, he really wasn't. And there's for as much as he was the goalie, he wasn't helping them very much. One shutout, but the rest was kind of problematic. So, the idea that they get a goalie who, seems to be honestly better than Kemper, I think is a good thing for them. And, I mean, New York gets a couple of great picks back. They seem to be, I mean, they have Shesterkin. So what can you say? They have Shesterkin. So you just kind of, it's much like our pipeline of backup goalies for the first 10 years of Jonathan Quick's career. Once he emerged as the guy, it was just all about who the supporting cast was.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, got to trade Jonathan Bernier. Had who else was here? I mean, just think about all the random. Yeah, exactly. Just think about all the random backups that came up. So I mean, the Rangers now are in that kind of boat where they already have that solid number one. So pretty much any other goaltender that they're able to develop now they're able to ship off and kind of get some, I guess, draft capital from it, or kind of get something for them. So I think it was a good move for I guess both teams. Colorado, they're a pure offensive team, so it's not like they're going to need a real stud kind of goaltender to really steal games for them. It's just they're going to be able to score goals and do all that. So it's really the first kind of thing. But I guess we can just dive into the big thing that happened already today the big trade was Alex DeBrincat going from Chicago to the Ottawa Senators for the the seventh overall pick in this draft?
Seventh tonight, and then the 39th as well, I think.
Yeah, yes, 39th, and then a third round draft pick next year or 24?
24 and 24, yeah.
Okay, so and then DeBrincat obviously going to the Senators. We'll get to your initial reaction on that.
My initial reaction is I haven't heard from any of my family who live in Chicago, and I'm concerned that people are burning things down. But I mean, what a job by Pierre Dorion to pull that off. I mean, we heard rumors a couple of days ago that it was two firsts and a high end prospect was the cost. and or an offer that was turned down. Which, to be honest, I'm really going to say I think that was the Kings. I think that's what was offered and it was turned down. And for it to be so minimal, and I mean, really, you got to give it to Dorian. He must have said or done something that made Chicago say this is a good idea, and for them to move up in the draft so well and do and have all that, I think is a great move. Great move.
Well, we got our Hockey Royalty Chicago correspondent here to tell us if the city of Chicago is burning down. And by the way, in case anybody didn't know, it's his birthday today. The chief editor of Hockey Royalty, Mr. Ryan Sykes. What's up, buddy? Good to have you here.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
So is all of Chicago just up in flames right now over what happened? Because apparently the city of Chicago Twitter account is really already throwing shade. So what did you think of the DeBrincat trade?
Yeah, I think they kind of just accepted a trade to get a deal done. Is
Right.
What I kind of gathered from it. Like they seem to be dead set on moving him, and they're like, well, we can't. We already turned down these massive offers. Let's just take whatever we can. But yeah, I mean, you saw what a lot of the Twitter reactions and stuff were. I can confirm that it is still standing, but maybe not the Twitter.
Yeah, you almost, when I was reading Mark Lazarus's tweets, because he was, I mean, if you guys don't know, Mark Lazarus is the pretty much the main beat writer for the Chicago Blackhawks. He's been covering the team forever, and for him to just kind of just really go in on the Blackhawks for the trade, where he was talking about how much he disagrees with the deal, of what Kyle Davidson was saying about the deal, how they were looking to get younger and get just kind of get some more draft picks for some of their players. But it's just weird because with DeBrincat, he's 24 years old, multiple 40-goals seasons. He's scored more goals. I think there's only four or five other players that have scored more goals than him in these last couple of years. So it's just a big head scratcher. I mean, and you think about it from like a Kings fan point of view, these last couple of weeks or so, where we've kind of heard about DeBrincat being on the move, we were all thinking like, okay, well, what's it going to cost? Probably like first round pick, probably top end prospect, maybe like an Alex Turcotte, and then maybe even like a established NHL player, because you're not thinking about getting DeBrincat and only trading I guess it's seventh overall pick, but in a draft that's not really that elite, I guess, and then a second rounder and just a throwaway kind of third rounder 2 years from now. It just didn't make really any sense, I guess. It was just strange. But yeah, I mean, I guess from a Kings point of view, I've had a couple people reach out to me say, well, what does this happen now for the Chicago Blackhawks? Like, obviously, they're in full-blown tank mode. They're going for Connor Bedard. They're going to try to do whatever they can to lose as many games to get that first overall pick. Next year's draft, we've talked about it on N, where there's going to be a ton of really good high-end talent you can get pretty much all the way to the mid-teens. So, I mean, for them to only get what they got for DeBrincat, it just didn't make a lot of sense. And then I guess we're just going to have to look to see what else happens with Chicago, because they still have Patrick Kane. They still got Jonathan Taves. There's going to be some other trades, obviously, coming there, because they're going to have to try to shed some salary and try to get some more draft capital to build for the future.
Absolutely. I'm looking at my TV right now. It looks like Gary Bettman is on stage.
Yeah, I got it up right here, too.
Draft.
Well, I think they lost a lot of their leverage today, guys, when they said if they couldn't trade Dylan Strome's rights before the 13th, that they weren't going to tender him a qualifying offer. It's like, who's going to give up a first-round pick or some sort of high prospect when you can just wait and sign him on the 13th?
Yeah,
exactly.
That's such a weird idea that they would just sort of allow that to happen and make that public and just say like, hey, by the way, trade for this guy because we're not going to sign him. Like, why would you even bother? I mean, I'm going to have to re-sign him anyway. Like, what are you going to give me, a 7th round pick? Future considerations, Magic Beans?
It's okay. They got their whole future tied up in Seth Jones. I'm sure they're loving that. But yeah, like I think it was Kevin that just said Gary Bettman's on the stage. Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what the Blackhawks are doing. It's just, out of all the players that they had, to trade probably the youngest and probably the player that's got the most potential to carry a team, I mean, if you're rebuilding, why wouldn't you want a 24-year-old who's put up as many goals as Brinket has? It didn't really make any sense, but so there's that. But we'll start with, we can get back to the draft now.
If they're doing the anthem, or no, a moment of silence. Looks like.
I'm a little behind thanks to being on the iPad.
Is it Clark Gillis? Is that who they're honoring?
Was that Marchman?
Oh, probably Marchman.
Oh yeah, I think it's probably Marchman. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
They're booing him?
Hopefully they're not booing Brian Marchman. I mean, we can boo
No.
Gary Bettman all day.
Gary Bettman.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course. I was there when they unveiled I was there when they unveiled the Golden Knights name, and I was very shocked that everybody knew to boo Gary Bettman.
Have you guys ever been to a draft?
No, I haven't.
I feel like it would be so fun though.
I went to the one in LA where they took Forbert. I remember when they traded up to get Forbert. I was like, who?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Cam Fowler fell to the Ducks at like 12 or something, and that was weird. That was a weird draft.
That's just crazy.
So, who do you guys think is going to go number one?
I mean, I feel like with Montreal, if Montreal's going to use that pick, they're going to pick Shane Wright. I mean, they're trying to rebuild a core. They just offloaded Shea Weber. Like, I mean, what I'm seeing. Fleury's staying in Minnesota. 2 years, $7 million apparently.
Oh yeah, that just came up right before we got on here, huh?
But I mean, you build a core. I mean, you're seeing LA do it, which is again why Chicago is so confusing because like the Brinkett Strome core, no,
Right.
but Doc as well. But for them to replace and really get that top end defenseman, I mean, defense wins championships.
Yeah, if they don't take Shane Wright, I think it seems like there's always that like consensus number one. Where I mean, when there's not really like that real solid like a McDavid or McKinnon number one,
Mm-hmm.
there's always like that kind of middle ground number one that has been talked about for a while. But like Shane Wright, I think his name had come up so much. Are they doing the pick right now?
I don't think so. I think this guy's just speaking in French.
Yep.
It's Martin Lafleur by the looks of it.
I'm sure they're not doing the pick, but I mean, you just always hear those like first round names or those first overall names just start falling, and people just all of a sudden start watching film of like other picks. 'Cause, I mean, who was it? Like Logan Cooley's even names come up even too. But I think it's either going to be probably Wright or Slavkovsky. But if you don't pick Shane Wright, I mean, he's such a great player. I think it would be a big miss by Montreal.
Oh yeah, and if he turned out to be the superstar, like years later, it's like okay, you guys were on the clock for like 6 months. Essentially.
Yeah, literally.
Exactly.
You were clearly going to end up with the number one pick, like a couple months before the end of the season.
All the players who are eligible for the 2022 NHL draft. Enjoy this.
Like I feel like I'm seeing more rankings too, where I see Slavkovsky's name above Wright more than I do Wright above Slavkovsky.
Oh, Mike Bossy's daughter. That's cool.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of French spoken today.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So do we think that the Coyotes pull off a trade to move up?
I like 95% guarantee they will.
They got all those picks. They might as well try to get as high as they can, right?
So they're at 3. What else?
They have 20. They had 29 too.
29, okay.
Or 20 or 26, something in there.
27, yeah. And then and 32. I feel like they could package both of those to move up and grab a player that they probably really want, maybe like in the teens.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they could probably take the pick that we gave to Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
19th. I mean, unless Minnesota's really hot on somebody. Interesting to see the Kraken make another pick. I mean, Vegas just wasted so many of their draft picks. I would love to see the Kraken actually hold on to them.
It's been such a like interesting dynamic, those two teams, like the way the Golden Knights built their team about like right now, win everything right now, sell everything, and then the Kraken are just like, we'll take any draft pick you want to give us. Like we're just
they're like we won 25 games, yay! Although I expected the goaltending in Seattle to be a lot better. Like I didn't expect them to win or make the playoffs or anything, but I expected the goaltending to be a lot better. So hopefully this next year, a little bit more.
Grubauer had like the lowest expected save percentage in the NHL.
Yeah,
it's just so strange. Like Chris Driedger was like the face of the franchise when they did all their selection and everything like that, and he just like didn't really play for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we were super excited to have our backup goalie. God, he is short.
Move the mic down a little bit. Man, they really like him there. I think he'll do good as a head coach. St. Louis is such a smart player. I mean, such a smart player that you just feel like those type of players are so good as head coach. And it was good to see him kind of turn around Cole Caulfield a little bit and kind of form Cole Caulfield to be, as much as I am upset that the Kings didn't take Caulfield, but it's good to see him. I mean, the league is better when the Canadians are good.
Hockey royalty disclaimer: I don't speak French.
I don't think. I'm
The
not sure
subtitles
if
on
really
my
anybody does.
iPad literally just say "speaking French."
Russ, you running this thing all night, or I guess Randon running this thing all night?
Yeah, I'll be running it.
I'll probably hop in and out.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we'll be having hockey royalty folks in and out of here. I think Joe's going to be joining us here in a little bit. Ryan Callie, I think, wanted to join.
Okay, I might switch to my computer in a bit.
Yeah, he's pretty great, Saint Louis.
Took me 47 years to finally be at my first draft. And it was worth the wait. The last 2 days, the energy in this city's been awesome. Merci, Montreal.
Yeah, guys, we'll get to like a lot of Kings talk here in a little bit. We'll check out how the beginning of the draft goes. Talk about maybe the first couple picks, and then maybe talk about Fiala, the Rob Blake press conference the other day. There was a lot of news that broke kind of there. He gave some pretty good information, but we'll see what goes on here.
What's ahead of you is going to be much harder. And for the guys that hold
I absolutely, when you said that, just realized that there's like a whole comment section that's going on here.
Yeah, no.
I was just like, we're just hanging out, like it's great.
Yeah. Why not?
It's like our group chat. We're just hanging out, doing whatever.
Mm-hmm. This is a live video Slack channel for Hockey Royalty.
Yes, I remember now. I've been so in and out of late with my life. It was like, oh yeah, that's right.
Congratulations to you, by the way, the new teacher job.
Oh yeah,
thank you.
It's awesome.
Thank you.
If you guys didn't know that are checking us out right here, Kiffin is now going to be educating our youth going forward, and he's been
That's
working
a scary thought. No, I'm just kidding.
It is. It really is.
I'm just kidding.
Yes.
I'm going to switch over to my computer. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, he's been working on that for quite some time, so that's cool, Kiff. Good job, man.
Thank you. It's gonna be a fun experience.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations to all of the draft-eligible prospects who are here in the Bell Center and on your hockey journey thus far. Good luck as you wait to hear your names called over the next 2 days. And thank you to all of the parents, family members, friends, and coaches whose support was
Looks like we're still at Bettman, just kind of giving a little intro speech here. If you guys didn't see, Pierre LeBrun just tweeted, Josh Manson's agent Ross Gurney met with Avs management today here in Montreal, Colorado, with lots of balls up in the air, but clearly expressing a desire to try and bring him back. Only reason I bring him up is because Manson's been tied to the Kings. It seems like that's one of the bigger names that the Kings have been looking at in terms of left side of the defense.
Yeah,
So
I never really thought that was gonna. I never thought that was gonna really materialize. To be honest, I assumed that he'd stay in Colorado.
Try to keep him. I don't know if Colorado can afford him. I think Colorado, they need to trade Girard. I think that's the player to watch. And I'm gonna try to bring up Girard's contract here because it's pretty long. I mean, if you guys don't know, Samuel Girard is really probably one of the better skaters on that team besides McCarr. Guy does pirouettes in the offensive zone every time he gets the puck. So he's a really good player. They're going to get a lot back for him. But with the amount of, I mean, they got Bowen Byram still there. They got Devon Taves, like obviously Cale McCarr's there, so they still have some talent. I guess we'll have to see what happens with Eric Johnson there. But Josh Manson, if he doesn't re-sign in Colorado, I think it's going to be because he's going to get probably a good deal somewhere else. So as far as as far as a Kings prospect, oh wow. Bob McKenzie just tweeted something, and I don't want to ruin it.
Ooh.
Okay, ESPN is not doing it for me right now. I need to get on the Sportsnet train, but yeah, Bob McKenzie is pretty much tweeting out the draft picks. And I think we might all be surprised here.
Didn't Bob McKenzie do that for the expansion draft too?
That was Savoy tweeting out literally every expansion draft pick. God, that was a horrible day.
I was like, well, I've been hyped up for this for like months. I guess I'll just go. I'll take my kids to the pool. I guess.
Yeah. I remember I was at the gym and it was like, wait a minute, this is already going down. Like, what am I missing here?
Yeah, I think I saw the list on my way home from work, and I was like, but the thing doesn't start for like another hour. How do we know this? Right. And I was like, oh, it's their all. This is real.
I wonder what teams do that are just like don't have a pick. I mean, I'm sure there's like some conversations going on, but it's most of it just sitting around, just kind of watching.
I guess so. I mean, I think you got to show up on the off chance somebody wants to talk to you, but I don't know what you would do.
Yeah, I mean, there's agents are there, players besides just the GM, so you have your own players you can talk to kind of re-sign.
So I noticed that whoever was here on the bottom, they had on the ticker, they had Urov at number 9. I mean, it's the thought that we had before we traded the pick here at Hockey Royalty that Danila Urov would be a great pickup for the Kings. Watch it be Logan Cooley. It's out of nowhere.
Huh. I saw who it was.
Did you? This should be an interesting reaction. There are a lot
of. I'm still catching up.
On behalf of the Montreal Canadiens organization, we would like to extend our deepest condolences to their families.
I'd like to thank and welcome all the prospects and their families to Montreal.
Brandon in the chat says Unity checking calls for what trade ups would cost. It's probably what he's doing. I can imagine that though. Unity putting out calls like, so what would it take for me to get up 4 places?
Can I try? Come on, anything.
Wow.
Oof. Don't know about that one.
Whoa!
You guys see the pick yet?
What?
Yep. So Yuri Slavkovsky,
I think I'm a little bit ahead of you guys.
first overall pick over Shane Wright.
Yuri Slavkovsky.
Are you
Now how
joking?
far does Shane Wright fall? Will he go to?
Wow.
Will he pick?
Watch
two
him
or
go to
3 or
Arizona.
4?
Watch him end up third at Arizona.
Wow. I don't know about that one.
I wouldn't have seen that coming.
Well, yeah. What do you guys think? What do you guys think, Kip? I'll start with you, Kip.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know that it's the pick I would have made. Like I said, one of the Canadians' deficiencies obviously is their scoring, and they need scorers. And if he's really ready to go, then great. But I just would have thought they would go for a defenseman after losing Shea Weber. I mean, that's PK Subban, Shea Weber, and Shane Wright off the board for them. So PK Subban over time, obviously. But
I mean, Ryan, what do you think about the deal?
All I can say is time will tell, guys.
Right. I mean, there's been so much hype, I guess, around Shane Wright. It's like, but Slavkovsky has kind of come out of nowhere just recently. I'll just read his stats here.
10 points in 31 games.
6'4" winger. I mean, that's huge. I mean, obviously, it's weird because it seemed like the NHL went from like everybody had to be big and size, like when the Kings won their cups, to just like everything about speed and transition hockey. And now you have a 6'4" winger going number 1 overall. That's just
and I'm sure he's definitely going to make the team out of camp. Although on the human side, it was really nice that they focused on his mom just now. I think that's cool. I'm glad the NHL is doing more of that, where they're showing the parents, because I mean, parents put a lot of time into this.
100%.
How is St. Louis supposed to coach him?
There's
Hey, fellas.
another hockey royalty stud,
There he is.
Joe
Hey,
Paterino.
Joe.
How you doing, Joe?
I'm all right, guys. How we doing?
Oh, we're a little stunned here. What do you
Yeah.
think about this pick?
He seems to have been a popular choice of late, but I'm a little surprised. I think I would have gone right personally, but that's a shock to the crowd, I'm sure.
Yeah.
There were a lot of fans wearing Shane Wright T-shirts and just gear that they had brought. So
The right
So they're
choice,
pretty-
I think, is what those said. I think I saw that on Instagram.
Yeah,
The
I know,
right
I know.
choice, yeah.
yeah, I know Ryan had a bunch of puns just ready to rip out for.
I gotta delete all those now.
Yeah, no, now you gotta talk to your writers and see what else you can come up with.
It looks like he's got a good release, to be honest. I mean, from the highlights they were showing, I haven't watched a lot of his videos, to be honest, because I just really didn't think he'd be right up there at the top like that.
So,
But
question: what do you guys think, though? Now, with there's been a lot of talk about the Devils potentially trading the 2 pick.
I mean,
Now,
Slavkovsky
it would be an interesting choice.
Reportedly,
It'd be an
the
interesting
first
choice.
Slovakian to ever go number 1.
wow. Now we'll see what the Devils decide to do.
And the Devils have centers already.
That's
Yeah.
the thing, right? That's what I'm saying. Now, do they make this
might have
deal?
been a moment for the Devils, to be honest. With
So
Wright,
we're trying to think who are you dealing? If you're the Devils, DeBrincat was dealt. Who are you dealing this pick for? If they do, or unless it's just a move to go backwards, right? To just back up and not necessarily for a player.
I was thinking that too. Like, do you maybe give the Coyotes a call and say, hey, do you want to for like 7 and a 4th or a 3rd or something, just to kind of move up 5 picks?
Right.
Yeah. See if you can get anything out of it to just kind of increase the depth. because you've already got the depth.
Because there's still some buzz around the Devils and Goudreau. So like the D-men seem to be a fit for the Devils, maybe more so than Wright would be. So I just wonder if they'd be good taking their chances sliding back a pick or two to be able to get one of the D.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a couple D-men available. I mean, the Devils did take Hughes last year, though, so they could be looking winger. Sportsnet had Cutter Gauthier going top 3. Maybe that's a name that we see go up.
I forget where this was, so I'm going to apologize. I don't know if it was in The Athletic, if it was LeBrun, but I saw someone say a name to keep it to don't be or to keep an eye out for with the Devils was my personal favorite, Marco Kasper. Now that's a little surprise for him to go that high.
Yeah.
Yes, folks, with the Kings not having a first round pick, I am a quasi Sabres fan today, and I'm keeping the Marco Kasper rooting for dream alive. So I'm kind of hoping he goes to Buffalo, but the Devils kind of like him as well. It seems to be high for him, but we'll see.
Yeah, Pronman's mock draft. He had Slafkovsky going number 1. His number 2 pick is Juracek for the Devils.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you're taking Juracek 2, if you're the Devils and you like Juracek, you can probably move backwards a pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I maybe not. I mean, maybe whoever they trade to wants Juracek as well. I don't know, but
Friedman just said Devils maybe going D. Man, Shane Wright's going to fall. Think he'll fall to 51? I mean, also, what does this mean for Chromiak? Chromiak played with Shane Wright. Oh, I mean, so are people saying that like Chromiak helped elevate Shane Wright's game a bit? It wasn't really Shane doing all the work. I mean, you also had Lucas Edmonds, who was there too, put up 113 points. He's eligible to go in this draft. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that kind of hurt Wright a little bit.
I don't know. Well, there's just been a lot of questions. So Randon and I talked to Scott Wheeler a few weeks back. It was right before his draft rankings were released, and he had said, he's like, I'm going to land on Wright as number 1, but this is a much different answer than I would have had like a year prior. So there was some question around it, but I don't know. I still am a little surprised.
So, guys, I'm not usually the host. If you guys are in the show, our good old buddy who's in the comment section, Randon, usually checks this out. So I'm trying to figure this out as we go. But I think I'm doing this right. I don't know. Maybe I'm not. But Jeff O in the comment section said, Shane Wright's number is 51. We're picking number 51. It's meant to be.
I like it.
So that makes a lot of sense. I think that's the way it's going. I wonder what this does to Wright's confidence too. Maybe it puts a little chip on his shoulder.
Yeah,
I guess that's
some guys.
So we got to look at it.
Yeah. So Russ, I know I was a little late to the show. Apologies. Did we talk a bit about earlier with Kiff and the DeBrincat trade, and what were some thoughts going around there?
Yeah, we touched on it a bit. It's
good.
Strange, I guess.
Ryan, you're in Chicago. What's the vibe going to be there?
I think some season tickets are going to be up for grabs.
Those Kings Blackhawks games might be a little easier to get into now.
Yeah, and there's 2 here this year,
and early too. It's not, you don't have to wait till April.
I know. All right, keep coughing, guys.
Oh, you're good.
That by the way, that did happen in Buffalo, which is hockey. I mean, so Chicago, both are hockey towns, but my buddy has season tickets, and they had a hard time keeping people and getting people in the last few years because there was no direction, there was no anything with the team. But I suspect those are coming back now.
Yeah, Chicago's a win now city. They're not gonna go for this rebuild. so strange to watch. Like you grew up watching like players like St. Louis and Brodeur, and now they're making draft picks.
St. Louis, Brodeur, Sakic, right? I mean, it's
Right.
hiding them.
So does Wright go number 3 or 4 overall?
There's no way Arizona passes on Wright.
Yeah, they take him all day.
Right?
Is
They
that
have.
Or do they go Cooley?
right, or is that right, Joe?
I like it, Ryan. That was a layup.
Wow. You guys see the pick?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Simon Nemec,
Wow.
number 2. This draft is already off the rails. I
Wow.
love it. I was hoping for chaos, and it seems like we got a little bit of it in the top 5 here.
That one surprises me too.
That surprises, I think, a lot of people. I mean, Corey Proman didn't have Nemec going to. I'm looking. I got a bunch of mock drafts up here. Nemec was ranked number 4 by Bob McKenzie. I mean, he's the number 1 ranked D-man by McKenzie.
Yeah.
And if the Devils are looking for defense, I mean that's a pretty solid last couple drafts when you draft Luke Hughes, who's a ridiculously good left shot defenseman, and now you have Nemec, who's a ridiculously good right shot defenseman. You have a solid blue line pairing to go for 10 years or so.
And even in the short term, like the Devils were not like that bad of a team. I know, look, where they are picking, so obviously it wasn't a good season, but they were not a bad team. I think this could be, depending on what the rest of their offseason is, this is a sneaky potential playoff team. I really think that, especially if they do go and add like a Johnny Gaudreau. Like this is a team that's making some progress. I mean, the East, some surprising teams, the Devils, the Sens, the Sabres, like these are teams that are kind of been bottom dwellers they're going to slowly start to turn this around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I finally figured out how to prop up those comments.
Totally agree, Richard.
Sarabia. Yeah. I'm in the same boat.
Back Slovakian players start the draft.
Slovakia's coming up. But yeah, I kind of agree with you there, Joe. The Devils are a team to watch. They have $25 million in cap space too, so they're going to be dipping in that free agent pool. The thing too is like they were pretty decent until Hughes got hurt.
That's like
their whole season kind of went off the rails a little bit.
They weren't. Well, there's two things. There was Hughes, and they didn't get a save.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you have a healthy Jack Hughes, and they're going to address the goaltending. There's something there.
It's so strange because I remember, you think about those early 2000s Kings years where the Kings couldn't buy a goaltender.
Oh my God.
At all. It was just so difficult to find a goaltender, and we were so blessed to like watch years of greatness from Jonathan Quick, and not even have to worry about it. And you see these other teams that like they have pretty decent teams, but I mean, if you don't have a solid goaltender, you're not really going to go far unless you're the Colorado Avalanche.
You better
15 goals a game. Yeah.
Right.
But now, even now, Billy Husso, he might even stay in St. Louis, and he was expected to be the best free agent goaltender. So, like, who goes now, or who becomes a?
Do you think Husso stays?
I think he stays, unless the team just gives him a ridiculous offer. But it seems
I think he's going to go because I think, to your point, Russ, I think there is like the Devils or somebody like that. I think I look at the Devils. The Sabres are going to get a goalie. They just tried to trade for Matt Murray earlier today, which Murray blocked because of his no trade clause. So the Sabres are going to get a goalie. Now, I don't know if it's going to be Husso, but those are two teams that right off the hop. Edmonton is going to be shopping for a goalie. So Toronto needs a goalie. So I think Husso gets something because you figure he's among the top of the heap. Yeah. That those that miss it, if whether it's Campbell, I think that there's a suitor. There's going to be a suitor for Husso.
Especially for those teams that are just like so desperate, like the Maple Leafs, that are just like they need to win, so they're willing to throw whatever amount of money they can at players like that.
And for his sake, for Husso's sake, there's teams that are like the Devils, like the Sabres, that not only have a need, but they have the money. they have the cap space to do it if they wanted to get nuts. Now, I don't know if it's a good idea to get nuts on Ville Husso, but it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I have to. So Shane Wright's got to be next. He's got to be next. And then it gets even more nuts because then it's totally up for grabs once he goes. Because then you could pick anybody could go after that. It could be Juracek, it could be Urov, it could be Lekaramaki. Any of these guys could go after that.
Mm-hmm.
I have to think Wright's next. Arizona's got to be loving it right now.
Oh yeah, you get the projected number 1 overall pick to fall to 3. Yeah, you're happy. They were probably praying for Montreal to take Slafkovsky because they kind of figured probably like most of us that New Jersey was going to go D.
Yes. Yeah.
Arizona's.
Oh
You're. Are we going to be surprised here?
Yeah.
Although I think they did like Logan Cooley too, Arizona. He's been pretty good. I don't know.
It's Cooley?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I know that someone had talked about they were looking at Cooley and Gauthier or Gauthier, and man, Shane Wright, where's the ISO cam?
Yeah.
Was it the year that Aaron Rodgers fell and they just had a camera on him like the whole time?
Yeah.
Man, this is.
So I mean, Seattle's not going to pass on him, right?
They got Berniers.
I know.
This is another interesting team, Seattle. Because they've got cap space. They've got prospects. They've got some pick capital. Beniers.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Wright.
Yeah, Richard. Someone will draft Wright eventually. That is true. I think someone will take him. He will get drafted. Let's hope it is number 51. Man, this is pretty wild.
Man, am I that far behind you guys?
Yeah, Ryan's in Montreal, guys. For those who didn't know, he's our draft correspondent.
Holy cow!
He's got the direct feed, satellite feed.
I sent you guys a tweet that the chaos so far has literally knocked out the internet at the Bell Center.
Yeah, I'm just now watching them announce it.
Yeah, so am I, Russ.
Are they laughing? They're thanking Arizona State. I think the crowd is laughing at them.
These teams really don't need to drag it out like this.
Yeah, come on. Let's go.
Yeah, make the pick. Come on.
So I got to ask you guys. Rob Blake said it the other day. And
there's the Shane Wright ISO cam. Yes. There we go.
And Russ has talked about it a bit, I think probably more than anybody, about a right shot D playing on the left side for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
So that's in theory then, do you think that's the D core is pretty much set and the only thing that changes is, I know he mentioned Edler or Mata, and I know there's still the question about Brant Clark, but I think Walker moves to the left side and away we go. Is that Kind of looks like that's what's going to be.
I think that, and I think they'll resign Edler as a depth piece.
Just kind of run with almost the same defense you had going into last year. I'm sure Blake probably kicked the tires on players like seeing what Manson's value is, seeing what Chikrin's going for, and I mean, once you get rid of this year's first round pick, which maybe could have sweetened it a little bit, but I'm sure Arizona's looking for something a little bit better, and maybe you could have sweetened it a little bit more with some of the prospects you have. But yeah, I mean, the last couple of times we've heard Blake talk, he's kind of talked up Sean Walker. Well, because the last two times he's spoken to the media, he's mentioned Sean Walker's name directly.
Almost by name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
About how much he's like a part of this team. So it's like, okay, well, now we have to actually take that into consideration now going forward. And I mean, Sean Walker, I thought like if they don't make any moves, that he's obviously going to be the one to go to the left side because he's done it before. Jersey has done it, but he's still kind of young. You don't really want to do that to him yet. Sean Walker, I don't know if we've seen him to his full potential yet.
Agree.
I was kind of obviously it's disappointing. Last year you were hoping to see a little bit more because with the forward, the Kings actually had a legit like forward group now to play with. So for a player like Walker, who's got a lot more skating ability than some of the players in the back end or even on the left side, I think that's going to only help the power play offensively on the left side. So, but I think the main player we actually got to watch on as far as just focusing on defense is Tobias Bjornfoot. It's like, what do you do with
that? So what does that leave? Especially if Edler comes back. So if you've got Wright on the left side with Edler, figure now it's Bjornfoot and Moverari, who makes the team.
Exactly.
And Bjornfoot's the one that doesn't have to clear waivers, if I'm not mistaken. So just from a roster construction, maybe they decide to send him down. I don't know.
Bettman has 2 trades to announce. Did I just hear that right?
Oh.
They involve the Canadians.
Oh boy. No way, imagine.
I'm sure the NHL tried their best to tell these GMs like keep all your sources closed.
Got a trade here, guys. Not Seattle.
Oh wow.
Frank Saravalli, the Habs send Alexander Romanov in the 98th overall pick.
Wow, they got
to the Isles for number 13th overall.
Oof. Wow. Blackhawks trade Kirby Dach to Montreal for pick 13 and number 66. Wow. Holy hell.
Oh, that just happened?
Wow. This is insane. What is going on in Chicago?
Who tweeted that?
Lazarus.
Wow.
Oh, okay. I see it now.
I think, you know what? I think Montreal did okay here. Maybe that's why they didn't pick Shane Wright.
Let's try to evaluate what just went down. Let me. Wow, this is intense. So Romanov and pick 98 to the Islanders for 13, and then 13 and 66 goes to Chicago for Kirby Dach.
God,
yeah,
what are
so
the Blackhawks?
Kind of the summary
what
for
is Chicago doing?
Is DeBrincat and Dach for number 7, 13, 39, and 66 overall.
Oh my goodness, I don't know about that. That's so Montreal after the first couple of picks here walks away with Kirby Dach and Slavkovsky. I think that's a decent consolation to not picking Shane Wright.
It seemed like the fans were a little bit, I don't want to say upset, but a little surprised that who's where they just traded the defense.
Romanov.
Romanov,
He's good, man. He's solid. He's a solid.
There he goes.
I'm a little surprised at that, actually.
Yeah, that sounded a little.
But
less of.
I guess if you're getting Kirby Dach, I'll take a look at their depth chart. I really like Romanov.
Romanov went to the Isles. That's what it was.
Yes. Yep.
I got to go find Mark Lazarus' tweets.
Man, I need to.
He's doing a great job.
I know. I need to put his notifications on alert. Today's moves: DeBrincat and Kirby Doc. So they got DeBrincat and Kirby Doc for number 7, number 13, number 39, and number 66. That's not a lot, I don't think.
To trade away a 24-year-old and a number 1 winger and a 22-year-old potential center, a number 1 center, like, boy.
He was what, the 3rd overall pick in 2019?
I believe he was 3 or 4.
Oh man, Chicago is just having a fire sale. Everybody and anybody is available.
Yeah, there's no way that Kane and Taves will stick around now.
No
chance.
No. So that's maybe talking about New Jersey. Maybe that's a landing spot for Patrick Kane.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
I know the common one is Buffalo, which that wouldn't surprise me. But if it's not, I wonder if not Buffalo, if somebody like Jersey's a landing spot.
I think with Buffalo, it's. I think maybe you trade him to like Florida or like one of those Florida teams, like a team that's looking to win now, and then maybe he signs in Buffalo for a couple of years to kind of finish out his career. Because Buffalo, they're good. They're going to be a decent team, but they're not going to be like
not yet.
So
not yet.
So it's like to trade Kane there, just doesn't make a lot of sense for Buffalo to do that right now.
He certainly would speed. I mean, they have the thing that Buffalo at least has, like, is they're going to have a hard time getting to the cap floor. So his money is not an issue. So they could bring him in to speed up this process a little bit. And look at what they're giving. Look at, they can just give picks to Chicago. And if you look at what Buffalo's got 3 first-round picks this draft. Mm-hmm. So they could very easily, I say very easily, I don't know if it's very easily, but if Chicago is looking for picks, they can easily do that for this draft.
So yeah, Shane Wright does eventually get traded, picked to the Kraken at number 4. Who knows? He could still get traded. Who knows with how this is all going? But so Shane Wright is in the Kings division now. Did not see that coming.
We're starting to build a nice little forwards group there.
Yeah. You have a pretty solid 1-2 punch down the middle now with Beniers and Wright. I mean, can't be any worse to start a franchise.
Yeah, that's a good start. And I don't think they're going to be too crazy in terms of. I don't know we talked about it before. I don't know what direction they're going to go. Like, are they going to try to sell some pieces and be a bottom feeder next year? But I still think there's a decent crop here that they don't have to do that. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't even know if Wright's going to play in the NHL next year. I think he'll probably go back to the OHL.
I was listening to someone, and I don't remember who it was now, that said that they wouldn't be surprised if anybody in this first round plays in the NHL this year. So who knows? I mean, it's I don't know.
Man, so I'm looking at most of these mock drafts, and it looks like the only person that really had Wright going to the Kraken was Corey Pronman of The Athletic. Smart guy, really smart guy. I've had a chance to talk to him.
He must have pre-written a bunch of these articles, because he just dropped. Why did Shane Wright drop from being the number 1 pick in the NHL draft? And this thing is probably, I don't know, 1,000 words.
So I wonder if maybe he legit knew. Either that, or he's got a bunch of them of different scenarios.
Yeah, he might just have things in like draft form.
Tony Ferrari, he had Wright number 1. We love Tony. He's a hockey royalty friend. He's been on our pod a couple times. But man, so Now we got Philly. So this Philly pick has been kind of up in the air. I guess a lot of people kind of mentioned it as possible trade bait. I guess everybody's probably calling Chicago right now.
Yeah, exactly. It was.
They got to take this. They got to make the pick. I think. I don't think that they can.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Gauthier going to Philly. Although Urasek, they could really use it. I mean, they could use a lot, but I think this is going to be Gauthier, maybe Urasek.
I think those are the next two names we hear. I mean, Casper's another name too. It's weird. Matthew Savoy, he was like, his name was up there as like a top 3 pick for so long too, and he's kind of fallen off a little bit.
I think he had a pretty good season in the WHL, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. See what Shane Wright says.
So I know some Kings fans have talked about possibly getting. Oh man, McKenzie is on it. Kings fans have talked about a little bit about Patrick Kane, trying to acquire him, and I just don't see it. I mean, even if they eat up half of his salary.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, again, the Kings' top 6 is set.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings.
Yeah, I mean, even if you make a move to acquire another top 6, like who's going to move down? Are you going to move Victor Arvidsson off of Danault's line?
Right.
And that would probably be the only person. Trevor Moore looks great with Danault.
Yeah, I think their top 6 is set. I think the question for me becomes, and what happens with that bottom 6? Is Iafallo, you're going to pay him $4 million to be on the third line? Maybe. I don't know. I think it depends on what that Kempe contract looks like and what that Anderson contract looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't. I know best player. I agree with Brandon. Best player available is Urasek. I think Urasek's going to fall again. I think it's going to be Gauthier kid.
I think you're right,
but I guess we'll see. They have, and Brandon mentions Cam York, solid left shot D. They could use a right shot D, and Urasek. I love Urasek, but I don't know.
York plays full time in the NHL next year, right?
Yep.
Yeah. He finished the year, I think, with them this year too.
He did.
I just looked it up the other day. I think he played in 30 games. He had the 3 goals, 7 assists, or something like that.
They started to mix.
Yeah, 3 goals, 7 assists.
Yeah,
and he's kind of like that Brock Faber type player, where he's kind of like more of the all around. He doesn't really bring anything. He's not one dimensional. He's going to be a good player. I liked him on the U.S. World Juniors team.
Yeah.
I wonder what other craziness we got going on.
Well, yeah, after this Urasek pick, I mean, you can really have anything happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you guys have seen the
Flyers
pick by now.
I'm trying to stay off of Twitter so I'm not spoiled.
Yeah, so I'm actually, for our listeners, I'm actually not at the draft. I'm just refreshing Margarita or
Bob Margarita.
I was looking at his name.
I'm just now seeing on the TV their selection.
We'll let Joe announce our pick so we don't ruin it for
him.
There it is. Pick is in. Cutter Gauthier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. David Urasek continues to slide.
Cutter Gauthier. I think that's a good pick for them. You've been drafted. They're going full American on that team. You got Cam York, Joel Farabee. I think the Flyers are such an interesting team. I really like a lot of those players, but they just can never seem to kind of put it fully together. Their goalie situation too.
I just don't know what I can't figure them out either.
Wasn't Martin Jones the Did he get the bulk of the time in net last year?
Yeah, because they had who's
Carter
their young
Hart.
goal? Carter
Yeah.
Hart.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I don't know if he played. He had a really bad start to the year, I believe, if I remember correctly.
They just
no,
don't
okay, so
have
Carter Hart played in 45 games. Martin Jones in 35. Carter Hart had a 905 save percentage, 316 goals against. That I remember one of the games that we played them. Martin Jones started, and I was like, "This guy's going to pitch a shutout, isn't he?"
Mhm. We ended up winning, I think, 6-2 or something like that.
Blew the doors off him.
I don't know. I look at the team and I'm like, there's just not a lot there up front.
That's the thing. It's like there's names there, like good players, but
Couturier is a solid player. Kevin Hayes, yeah,
they're missing that like star.
yeah.
I really like Cutter Gauthier. Yeah, I think he's gonna be a good player.
So
Dude,
Columbus was pretty heavy in on well, at least
I'm
earlier
gonna
today.
stay off it too, no, Russ.
Huh?
I'm gonna stay off his account.
I know.
Yeah, Bobby Brink could call there.
I'm surprised Frank Saravalli didn't leak the entire draft yet.
We mentioned that with Kiffin, where it just ruined the expansion draft.
Yeah, it was supposed to be ESPN's first full broadcast for NHL, and the comments were like, "Well, what's the point? He's already leaked it." I still watched it. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it just turned into everybody talking about Sean Kemp's tight shirt.
Yeah, good Lord, poor guy.
Sorry, we haven't printed enough T-shirts for the team yet, so this is all we get. We only got a medium.
I think Columbus was poking around earlier today. They were poking around that Jacob Chikrin. I don't know if
and Kirby Doc.
Yeah. So they were obviously in play for some things. I wonder if they still are.
Probably going to go Juracek here, right? I mean, if they're poking around a defenseman.
God, I really like what Columbus is doing. Their team, they are going to be a team to watch in a couple years. I mean, Kent Johnson is looking great. I mean, Cole Sillinger is going to be there. Zach Rowensky signed long term. I mean,
they just re-upped Boquist for a few years.
Oh, yeah.
Nice looking right shot D.
Mm-hmm. You have pretty decent goaltending, Merzlikins and Korpisalo.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, you guys remember I talked about Kent Johnson like crazy, and sure enough, he went top 5. That guy's gonna be such a good player.
Stud.
Jack Roslovic's there. Yeah, that's gonna be a team to watch.
And it doesn't sound like Line like I think he's gonna stay.
Mm-hmm. I think he seems like he's happy with it.
He seems
John Tortorella's not following him, so he's cool with that.
he seems pretty content. I mean, like most, like they're missing that center, right? Like Jack Roslovic, I like him as a player, but he's not the 1C. That's a piece that they're definitely missing.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a center, who do we got left here? We got
Connor Geeky. Would he go this high?
Savoy's available. Casper. You got some pretty good centers still around.
Man, I love the idea of Geeky. Big boy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe it's just because I was spoiled by having Andrzej Kopitar for so many years with the Kings, seeing that big 6'4" center down the middle. I like that.
That's kind of what I was really hoping. If the Kings had 19, I was kind of hoping that Geeky was going to be around there.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be there. I think he'll go in the top 15.
Brad Lambert's another one. Brad Lambert could be somebody at Columbus. So I'm seeing on the TV the Seth Jones trade from last year with Columbus. I mean, what a good Lord.
So this was Chicago's pick, right?
Yeah, this was.
That team is, man. Almost feel bad for Blackhawks fans.
They had it okay, Russ.
Yeah, right. They did okay for a couple years.
They had a pretty good stretch. It's just an odd way to go about it. Like you're looking to rebuild and you're trading away two guys that are. Although I guess if you made these deals to get rid of some of these.
It's a good pick.
Love John Davidson.
Yeah, so do I. I wish he was an announcer still.
Yeah, he was so good.
You get it, Joe? Yet? You get it?
Not
Get the
yet.
pick?
I'm always
Not
last.
yet?
I'm
All
always
right,
last.
that's fine.
It
That's
takes
fine.
its way to get over on the East Coast, apparently, even though it's in Montreal.
Take your time, buddy.
Let's see. There it is. David Juracek. Okay.
Man, yeah.
Animal.
Blue Jackets are going to be so good. Brandon, of course, is a big fan of Juracek.
Joe, you must be really behind because the Kings are on the clock right now.
We have made it to 51. Yeah, you have Rowensky going up there, then you have Juracek coming. So Pronman had Juracek going number 2. So this is a player that I'm sure some had falling a little bit.
I just saw the Spit and Chicklets tweet. So I wonder how these guys are doing. It was like the 4 guys that had the right choice shirts made up.
Oh, yeah, right.
Man.
Those are the guys I was talking about. They just,
Send it to you in the chat here.
I wonder if the people
right
from
choice
Chicago are even going to watch this pick if they're so pissed.
Blackhawks fans?
Yeah, they can't even care at this point. They got to be so damn mad.
Watch them just like reach for somebody that.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Watch them. Yeah.
Maybe they take one of the Russians.
Right.
Oh God, could you imagine how that played out?
Yeah, he's not able to come over. Yeah, there's no way they mess this up though. There's still so many good names.
The thing is they're all very similar. So even if they don't like quote unquote mess it up, it could very easily blow up in their face because this draft is just like, if they go with Savoy, somebody like Lekaramaki or Lambert or Casper could end up being a stud. But for today, it's hard to decipher.
Come on, Bedman, and us in a trade. The LA Kings have acquired.
Yeah. Alex DeBrincat.
Yeah, so as far as the Kings making any moves, I think the only way that they are able to make like a decent move is, I don't know. I mean, the first round pick maybe next year, but I mean the only way I'm trading that is if it's lottery protected. Something happens, but I don't even see that happening.
I don't either. But let me ask you this: so we're assuming here, Kempe is going to get re-signed here in the near future. Same thing with Mikey Anderson. Of their $11 million in cap space, that could eat up a good chunk of that. Plus, we've talked about they've got still restricted free agents to re-sign. If we play out based on when we did that cap show, if we sign these guys to roughly what we had projected to, the Kings decide to do that, they're over the cap. So who's on? Somebody has to go out. right? I mean, and that's where I wonder, does Alex Iafallo actually become somebody that moves out? I don't know, because I don't know who you're moving out. If you pay Kempe $5.5 million and Mike Anderson $3 million, and then you chip away at some of the RFAs, you're up against it. So I'm interested to see what happens there.
If there's any move made from the Kings standpoint, especially, I mean, obviously none of us saw $8 million being added to the salary cap in Fiala. So now, like when we talked about it, like even if you sign all these players, you only had like maybe $9 million left. So, I mean, there's not much wiggle room if you want to bring in some more talent, which Rob Blake has kind of talked about in terms of maybe there's still room to move up front. I mean, if that happens, then yeah, Iafallo's got to be the odd man out, because if you just look at the top six, the way it's formed right now, you're paying Fiala money to play in the first line or second line. You're not paying him to play a third line, and you have Kopitar, Kempe. Then you have the second line with Deneau, Moore, and Arvidsson. Iafallo's pegged probably for the bottom six role. Do you want to have a $4 million player play in the bottom six?
That's what I was thinking too, Russ. I mean, because going into the season, my third line is probably Grundstrom, Byfield, and Kaliev. And then so you put Iafallo, a $4 million player, on the fourth line with Lizotte and Kupari. I mean,
and that assumes no. Then that assumes no. You know, where Velarde, Lemieux,
right?
So that gets, I mean, so that it just starts to become we talked about before. There's this logjam still, and how does it get sorted out? I mean, I know last year there was so many injuries that it worked out, but I don't know if they go into the season this year going that route.
So we got Chicago up.
Korchinski.
Kevin Korchinski.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
No, you're good. Just love Kyle Davidson front and center, the man of the hour.
The most hated man in Chicago right now.
I think this is a good pick. I really actually liked Korchinski. I was hoping that if the Kings had 19, that he could fall too. I mean, you're a left shot defenseman and probably one of the better offensive defensemen in the draft. Guy can skate like crazy, but the thing is, like, not a lot of people are cool with the WHL, drafting out of the WHL. I mean, I don't know. I believe he's going to be playing in Michigan next year. I could be wrong. But yeah, 62 assists last year?
Yeah, 61. I don't see anything in terms of collegiate.
Oh, okay. But I don't know. And out of all the nonsense that's gone on in Chicago today, I think this is a good pick for them.
Yeah.
I still don't think that makes Blackhawks fans any happier, but
no, now they need a lot of help on offense.
They got another pick in a few years. Yeah, so Shohei, we actually just touched on that a little bit. I think we think it could be. I mean, so I put Iafallo's into the cap friendly armchair GM, and kind of did what we did, Russ, with the cap show, with giving kind of QO signings to some guys, but then extensions to Anderson and Kempe. And when all was said and done, I came out with the Kings being about $1.2 million over the cap. And again, I did not bring back Lias Anderson. I did not bring back Oli Mata, Alex Edler, Brendan Lemieux. None of those guys or anybody that I brought back. I just did QOs for like Velarde. Grunston, I think I brought in at like $1.5 million. So maybe that was a little high. Dursey, I think I put in at 2, which I don't know. Maybe that could be a little high, but
Hmm.
either way, you're right around
hockey, that. Evolving Hockey had him at 3.2.
Right,
That
which I think
seems way
is
too
really
high.
high.
Yeah.
So, just doing what I did, the Kings were $1 million over the cap. So I do think Iafallo is a potential to be moved because, as Ryan pointed out, like you could very easily see Carl Grundstrom sliding in on the third line wing, which would move Iafallo to the fourth line. So now you have a fourth line player that you're paying $4 million to, and I don't know. I mean, as much as I like the player, I think Iafallo is a really good hockey player to have on your team. The way the Kings are constructed and what they're doing, I don't know if there's the fit there because you can't move anybody else out. I mean, unless you're trading away Velarde, because you're not going to not qualify Velarde.
Mm-hmm.
I can see not qualifying Anderson or Lemieux if they decide to go that route, but you're going to qualify Velarde. He doesn't make any money, so he's not saving you anything. Even Grundstrom, they're going to qualify him even sign him. But even if they didn't, that's not a significant amount of money. I don't know. It's just hard to see where they open up the money if it's not Iafallo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the salary cap right now, and then you have Doughty at 11, you have Kopitar, and you have Fiala at 7.8, then you have Deneau at 5.5. Those players obviously aren't going anywhere. Victor Arvidsson at 4.25, probably not going anywhere. Just trade for him. You're not going to trade him away. And then after that, it's Iafallo at 4, and then Matt Roy at 3. It's like
Matt Roy. Do you think Matt Roy is?
Yeah, very interesting player in terms of. The thing is, like, I think Todd McClellan and management really likes Matt Roy and what he brings. I think because he's a player like. Yeah, me too. And I think he's a great player, and I think he's a player that's kind of solidified his role in terms of being like almost a shutdown defenseman on the right side.
Yeah, for sure.
And then, so I mean, with Alex Iafallo, I mean, what's his role now with the team? Is he going to be a shutdown bottom six player? I mean, probably right now. I mean, that's probably what he is going to be right now. I mean, so I mean,
he's very capable.
Absolutely, I think that's a player that you have to be happy with to have on your bottom six. If you can now have him focus more on a shutdown type role and maybe contribute just a little bit more offensively, I think that's good. But is that a player you want to be paying $4 million?
Well, how about this, Russ? So I think we like both guys, Iafallo and what they bring, and Matt Roy. Of the two, say one of them just for salary purposes, which one goes in your guys' mind? Is it Roy because of the depth we have on the right side through the system that's coming up? Maybe Brant Clark is ready, or is it Iafallo because the Kings do have forward depth too in the prospect?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you're saving enough money there with 3.1 compared to even just the extra 900,000 from Iafallo.
Yeah.
But yeah, Shohei, that's a really good question. I mean, we'll wait for Detroit here to make their pick. I'm also trying to stay away from Twitter too. I like the old they make. All right, I'll wait for you, Joe.
All I know is whoever they pick, it's going to be right. Oh, of course, yes, Marco. I want him in Buffalo. That's my guy, Marco Casper. Love it.
Pick early.
Love it.
Man, Yzerman just knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. Just a solid player.
He's doing the tour of Europe with all these young players he's building around. You got Seider, Edvinsson, and now Casper. Full European players. The Dylan Larkin.
Yeah, I think we've only had one player from the USDP go off the board, right?
Mm-hmm. Cooley, right? Or
no, two then.
Cooley, Cooley, yep, and Gauthier.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, these next couple picks are going to be. I mean, after the Blackhawks picked where they took Korchinski, it's going to be kind of up in the air now to see where everyone goes.
So Buffalo's going to go forward here. They're going to go forward. I liked Casper for them, but they've got. It didn't have to be Casper, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Savoy here. That's my guess is they're going to go Savoy, but I really like Lekaramaki out of Sweden, so we'll see who they go. But
who's their? No, I mean they had Power. I thought they had another pick last year in the first round.
Let's see. Refresh my memory.
Trying to pick up their prospect.
Yeah, I mean they're. I mean, and they still have Ryan Johnson on the back end too.
Well, they took Paterka. Well, that was a couple years ago. But yeah, Lekaramaki could be a good pick here. Joachim Kamel. He's kind of smaller player. You can play him next to Tage Thompson. That'll make up for it.
I think they may go
where Brad Lambert lands now.
Mm-hmm.
And also Matejchuk. Maybe he'll slide to 51.
I think Lambert will fall a lot more than people expect him to. I'm not saying he'll go beat at 51, but there's been so much like negative talk about him that it just seems like a lot of teams aren't as interested. I don't know. Who knows? He could be surprised and go right here, but I think Buffalo needs to be safe here.
So what is safe? Who's safe at this point? What would you say? What is it,
Sure.
Savoy? Do you think it's Savoy would be the safe one?
I think so. Yeah.
Because I think they could go. I think a good combo for them right here would be because they pick again at 16, I believe. And if they could go Lekaramaki Geeky, I think that would be a heck of a duo for Buffalo. I don't think they'll go Russian.
No Russian players yet. Like it wasn't expected. There wasn't expected to be any Russians till maybe Yurov. I feel like they surprise and go with like a. I think they surprise and go with like a McGroarty.
I think they would, but I just don't think they would do it here. They could, because again, Bob, they have 3 picks in this first round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're loaded. Buffalo. They look at their last few picks.
So let's get back to the Kings real quick. I wanted to ask you guys: do you think the Kings are a Stanley Cup team right now, with the way the roster is shaped with Fiala now? I guess I'll start with you, Ryan. What do you think?
No, but I think they're making ever steady improvements towards getting there. I think we'll see how they are with Fiala this year, and then they'll kind of tinker. I'm guessing they'll add to the back end next,
Mm-hmm.
And then just kind of tinker from there. And they might make a big splash. I'm thinking, just somewhere.
What do you think, Joe?
I don't think they're a cup contender yet for a couple reasons. One, they really need, because it's not fair of Quick to expect Jonathan Quick to carry the load. They really need Cal Peterson to step up this year. I think the goaltending needs to be better, and I still think I don't think, even if they move Walker as a stopgap to the left side, I don't think the left side of the D is good enough.
Yeah.
They're picked. It's when I was looking it up, it was kind of surprising. I was like, oh, Walker only played 6 games last year before he went down with the injury. I felt like he played way more than that.
I know. You forget how early it was.
And it's a shame, too, because he finished the shortened 21 season really hot offensively. He finished with 8 points in his final 8 games, after a really slow start. I think he had 2 assists in his first 6 games. So certainly trending to be that guy. But like you said, Joe, I think he's a stopgap on that side until they can actually do something about it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Sean Walker. I mean, Sean, he's a huge wild card. You think about like even going about not even last year, the year before when he got smacked in the face by Dumba. We haven't really have we seen Sean Walker's full potential yet? I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. But I don't think he's going to be like a. I don't think he can grow maybe into a top 4 defenseman. I don't see that, but. Yeah, I don't see the way the roster is shaped right now being a cup contender.
Now, if there could be a way to get an impact left D, maybe, but not yet.
CJ, I saw that too. When I heard him say that, I was like, from an outside name to say that was a little surprising.
I think they can win a couple rounds in the playoffs for sure.
Yeah, like now the expectation should be contend for the division, win a round, see what happens.
Right.
It's just crazy to think like the Kings were 3 minutes away from advancing.
I know.
Beating a goal and 3 minutes away from beating the Oilers in the first round, even after all the injuries and everything. Nobody expected that. And so I think a lot of people on the outside that look in and see that, and especially with like they saw the injuries to Doughty and Walker, you're like thinking like, okay, this team is actually pretty good. And they went as far as they did in the first round without those players. And now you add Fiala. Obviously they're going to be better, but you look at like other Western Conference teams like the Avalanche, obviously, and the Blues, and the Golden Knights are going to be a lot better. And see what the Flames do and the Oilers. It's like I still don't see the Kings competing. I mean, the thing with the Kings though is like when they're playing their game, they're hard to beat, and that's so. But
I mean, they didn't have Arvidsson either for that series, and I think they could have beaten Calgary. I really do, but I mean, I don't think they wouldn't have gotten past Colorado.
It would have been like 9-0 each game.
Right.
It would have been
probably
saved us.
I would have been in the fetal position for each game.
It would have been kind of sad. I don't think we've beaten the Avalanche in the last like 5 games. I want to say.
I think wasn't the last win like early on in the shortened 21 season.
Maybe the outdoor game.
No.
I think we got 1 win in those baseball series.
Yeah. I think 3-2 or something like that. We'll look it up. I know Kempe had a goal right in front of the net. See it in my head.
We can't count that, Ryan. It was too close to the net, apparently. We have to really be careful what goals we count for Kempe.
Was the net empty?
Yeah, we'll have to talk about Kempe. For fans that want him traded or are like so skeptical about his year and say it was a fluke, it's the thing that you look at all of his goals last year and obviously you can point to like the empty netters and he had like 6 of them or 5 of them or whatever and talk about that and how it inflated and the low assist number and all that. But the thing with Kempe is like if he focuses on becoming a goal scorer, that's huge for the Kings because that's what they need. They need someone who's going to focus on the goal scoring aspect. But the thing that I think was missing with Kempe was the confidence factor. And the moment that kind of like lit me up was that overtime goal against the Oilers where he scores it and then looks straight to the crowd and starts pointing. And like you look at all these celebrations that he was doing. I mean, even in Vegas when he was shushing the crowd, that like made me realize like, okay, his confidence is there now. So he's got this mindset where like I'm here and I'm a legit goal scorer in the NHL where I deserve to be mentioned around these big names and even getting second place in the fastest skater competition. These are all big moments for Kempe's development to not just think about like as a fluke, to think about this last season as like it's going to be a legit kind of notice that this is something that he can do consistently now going forward.
Was it the Panthers game after Ferk scored the game-tying goal that he chirped around and said something to Huberdeau?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right after the goal.
There's something to be said too, and I don't really like. I think it's a little unfair that yes, this is obviously his biggest season, but if you go back and you look at the year before, he was having a good season, and it was a shortened season though, so it doesn't look like anything special. But he was about to set a career high. He was going to score 20 goals, so he was going to have another. Like he was trending in this direction, and he's taken a big step, and he became a lethal goal scorer last year. Now, even if he doesn't score 35, if he scores 28, 29, that's still a big deal. And now you have another dynamic player on his wing with Fiala that just that whole line in general should be a lot better. So I don't know. And I just subscribe to the idea of signing him when he's 25 rather than when he's 28, 29 and potentially paying more.
Ducks just got a good pick.
They did. You with us here, Joe?
Oh, yeah. I see it. Pavel Minchikov.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, another good defenseman. They just got rid of Lindholm, so they kind of got to rebuild the back end a little bit. Fowler's getting up there in age. They needed defense.
Drysdale, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They have Drysdale too. So
I'm actually a little surprised at this, given some of the forwards that are available, but. Another Pacific Division, San Jose is up next. And talk about a team that's in. I mean, they got a long way to go. San Jose.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Greer is going to have to really kind of tear that down first before being able to do a whole lot, I think.
Yeah, I was actually trying to think, like, top of my head of, like, some of the young players. And, obviously there's Eklund there. That was a big name from last year, but
there's a Swede. Is he a Swede? Dahlin?
I know who you're talking about. Trying to find him. But yeah, the Sharks, they need to go full rebuild here. Oh, Jonathan Dahlin.
They got to find a way to get rid of. I don't know if they can. How many years is left on Carlson's deal?
5. Man, and he's got a no move clause.
God,
I remember when that contract came out. It was just, oh man, it was. Sharks fans were happy, obviously, but I remember I was like, man, people are giving crap to the Kings for signing Doughty to what they signed him to. This is gonna be even worse.
Oh my God.
So I was actually something I saw the other day when people were talking about Kempe and how this was like a fluke. So the one thing that caught my eye in this season compared to last season and a couple seasons before is he's averaged around 220, 250 shot attempts in a season. This last season, he had 443 shot attempts. So, and that's with a 14.2 shooting percentage. So,
you have like the shot per 60 rate.
Let me see if I can get that. His Corsi 4 rate per 60 was 65.3 compared to last season was 56.0.
Wow.
And figure part of that, Russ, is he was given a role.
Bettman's announcing a trade. Sorry, Joe.
Oh,
let's see what we got
that's
here.
Okay.
He is? Oh, yeah. Just came up on my screen. Arizona's on the clock. Who are they going after?
Wow. Okay, so Arizona San Jose is back on the clock?
No, Arizona's on the clock now. Is that what you asked, Russ?
San
I'm
Jose
seeing-
just dealt.
Oh,
They
he
were up
announced
next.
it wrong. Yeah, Bettman announced it wrong. He said Arizona traded. It's actually San Jose that traded.
Oh,
Yeah, Bettman
My-
announced it wrong. Typical
my
Bettman.
TV's like on mute.
So Bettman announced it the wrong way. But yeah, so Sharks trade the 11th pick, the pick right now, to the Coyotes. See, this is exactly what I thought. I knew it was going to happen. The Coyotes were going to try to trade up. They're going to trade that late round, first round pick, a second pick. They actually added their 45th overall pick and moved up to 11th.
So, yeah, San Jose is getting 27, 34, and 45.
I think this is a good move for both sides. I mean, like we were just talking about with San Jose, they don't really have they don't have much in terms of the prospect pool.
Yeah.
So now you're able to build up a little bit more, and then Arizona just has 500 draft picks this draft, so they're able to move up.
They have a recliner set off to the side of the podium, so they just don't have to go back to their table.
It was like in the NFL draft, they had that chair just sitting right next to for the fan.
Yeah.
So who could they? There's a couple of Swedes.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who they're going
Hogan.
after.
Could be a defense. So they do not have defensemen in their system. This could be where Matachek goes.
Oh, it's going to break my heart.
They are, so they obviously have Chikrin, they have Soderstrom, and there's not much depth on the back end. So my
see what Bob McKenzie's up to.
He wants to rip the Band-Aid off.
For a team so thin in the blue line, I would think that's the case. But I don't know. My favorite, the guy that I was hoping Buffalo would go with was Lekara-Mackey. So he's probably my favorite one that's left. But I would think they go D.
Yeah, the Coyotes they took what's his name, the winger,
Cooley.
Gunther.
No, Gunther. Yeah, Dylan Gunther last year.
Oh, last year. Sorry.
Solid.
Right, was it right before us or right after us?
I believe it was right after 9. It was 9th, right?
Yeah, that's right. We took Clark and they went with Gunther.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I think they can go either way. I think here.
They have young forwards that are intriguing though. So I guess it just depends. It just depends.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they just added Cooley. They've got Clayton Keller. There's a couple of decent forwards they've got up.
Andrew Ladd.
You mentioned Gunther. And again, you look at because when we had the Arizona folks on from talking about the Chikrin deal, one of the things I was looking at in their prospect pool was they have, after Victor Soderstrom, it's pretty thin on the blue line.
Is there anyone else joining us here, guys?
Kippen said he was going to come back. I think Ryan mentioned he might join. I'm not sure.
Okay. Actually, you're going to see if our resident Habs fan, Jack, will join us for a minute to talk about the number 1 pick.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Some of the Coyotes management team going all the light blue suits. Am I missing something here? Yeah, this pick can go either way.
Oof, it's a good pick. It's going to be hard for Arizona to not be the winners of this draft class.
Yeah, they'd have to really mess it up.
Yeah, see it yet?
Oh, Geeky.
Yeah.
That is
it Geeky?
Wait,
Yeah.
so
wow, okay.
2 centers. All right.
Hey, you got to get the spine. The spine's important.
Well, I mean, for a team that's probably going to be tanking, and you have Bedard coming up, that's interesting. But I mean, yeah, Geeky's a great player.
Like, I just love these
big
big
fell down the stairs. It's a little nerve-wracking.
We got Cooley number 3 overall and Connor Geeky number 11. It's not a bad way to start the draft.
No, I think that's a good duo.
Probably the winners. Easily probably the winners of the draft so far.
Or from a pure draft pick, because I think Montreal's done pretty good today.
Yeah. Ottawa.
Those two, they'll be the winners just because they have the most picks.
I'm watching a draft on Sportsnet. They have a mic on Geeky, and they're talking to him while he's walking. It's probably what.
That's awesome.
Just made him fall down.
They got the whole organization on stage.
Yeah, that's right. They're all wearing light blue suits. I feel like I'm missing something. Am I missing something? Someone mentioned if I'm missing something here.
It's full capacity at their new stadium, right?
It's just going to be the management team. All right, so now we got Columbus back again. Man, for Columbus to have what they have already and then have 2 picks in the top 12 this draft.
Yeah, they're going to turn around pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm liking this Geeky pick more and more.
Yeah, a little interesting. I mean, we've heard it from Blake multiple times that Rob Blake, he's talked about how it's easier for players to transition from center to wing. So, I mean, you see them tying the center position to Geeky or all these players, and I'm sure GMs are all looking at him like, oh, yeah, you can move him to the wing pretty easily.
Yeah, well, look what the Kings have done. Look, I mean, you just look at LA.
Centers on end, yeah.
Yeah. And Columbus, what they dealt? No, who did they pick? They picked Juracek.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if they go with.
So Lekaramaki, he was 8th. Actually, Joachim Kamel and Lekaramaki were 7th and 8th, respectively, on McKenzie's rankings. They haven't been taken yet.
Lekaramaki is my favorite guy left.
After that is Danila Yurov, Frank Nazar, Brad Lambert. I wonder who's going to take the flyer on Lambert.
Something I'm curious to watch, guys, if there's a player that maybe falls just outside the first round, if the Kings will move up and get him.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be surprised if that happens.
You just licking his chops, just hoping some certain player falls.
Yeah, I think that they would do that.
And maybe another quality over quantity draft.
Especially because, at least so far, they really haven't dipped too deep into the pool in terms of trading away prospects. So it's only been favored at this point.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, who knows when he would have come up, right? Just the log jam there is on the right side.
Yeah, and I think he made the most sense. I mean, with Clark, and I even have Grans and Jordan Spence ahead of him as well. And then the way Dursey played, I think from a perceived value to the outside of the organization, plus where he ranked, I think he was the guy to go, and I do think his ceiling could be a little bit less than the other guys. I understand that you don't have to have like you don't have to be this offensive juggernaut in the back end, but like if you don't have any right away, you automatically you need to be elite defensively, which it seems like he would be, but there's just little room for error, I think, if you don't bring that to the table already.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn.
I like that we're moving these picks along here.
Damn it.
Uh-oh. I think Ryan's boy just got picked.
Yeah.
Sure seems like it.
Did they go to DD?
They did.
Did they go Matacek?
Yep.
Damn. Blue Jackets Stanley Cup 2026.
Wow. Okay.
DD. Trying to find their little prospect pool here. So you just had Cole Sillinger and Kent Johnson already make their NHL debuts at 19 and look pretty good doing it.
True.
Then now you have two stud defensemen to back that up with.
Man, and those defensemen adding to Werenski and Boquist, like this is a good looking team they're putting together.
Blackhawks are on the clock.
They actually traded it for a 3rd round pick. Wow, so Matejchuk kind of rose a little bit. His name's kind of gone up the draft boards a little bit lately here.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, he wouldn't have fallen to 19.
You were kind of that was your guy, huh?
Yeah. I liked watching film on him.
So the Blue Jackets take my guy from last year and Kent Johnson, and then I think we just might turn this into a Blue Jackets podcast. What are you guys thinking here?
They got Randon's Urachak and wrote him up earlier in the year.
Sorry, everybody. We're going to start talking Columbus now going forward.
You have to buy a cannon.
Have you guys been to that arena yet?
No, I saw Zach Dooley's tweet about the first time that he covered the team as a member of the Kings reporting squad in Columbus. He said no one warned him about the cannon. It scared the shit out of him.
No, I don't blame him. Come on, can we get just like one shot at Rob Blake, like on a phone or something? It'd be great.
Yeah, man, this has got like, what do you do if you're the Kings? Because what are you gonna do? They're not trading anything. They got nothing that's really worth a first to get back into it.
Richard gets it.
There you go, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, Columbus is one of the names to watch in the East right now. Yeah, I don't know. It's just I just don't see many teams maybe trading that far. That's a big jump from where the Kings are at to maybe going up, but so topic I actually wanted to talk to you guys about. I saw in an article the other day. I think it was Travis Yost wrote an article about if the Kings should be worried about offer sheets.
Saw this.
And yeah, so I don't know if for those that are watching, if anyone else saw, Travis Yost wrote a pretty good article about the offer sheets and how the Kings could be susceptible to dual offer sheets from Adrian Kempe, and I'm going to try to bring it up so I can.
And Mikey Anderson.
Yeah, and Mikey Anderson. So, I mean, I don't think it's really being even discussed in terms of we haven't really discussed it. I haven't heard any other Kings heads discuss it. And I think it's something that, I mean, after we've seen what's gone down with the Canadians and the Hurricanes, could be something that could be targeted for the Kings. And trying to bring up the compensation that you would get if you did get offer sheet. But yeah, what do you guys think? I'll start. Ryan, what do you think? What do you think about all that?
Oh,
Like, do you think the Kings should be worried?
no, I mean, offer sheets are few and far between. Um, I mean, what Kempe was, what the compensation was first and a third, and Mike Anderson was a second round pick.
Yeah, so I think the range right now is 4.2 mil to 6.3 mil. You get a first and a third.
Yeah.
6.3 to 8.4 after that would be a first, a second, and a third.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if there's any contract that gets made between 4.2 and 6.3, I think the Kings match that.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're playing hypothetical here, but I think if it goes above that, that's where I think you get a little bit more interesting in terms of like, do you match that for a player like Kempe, pay him more than $6.3 million a year for how long? And I don't know. I think it's something that, I mean, his agent's kind of maybe looking for. I mean, I don't know. It feels like this Kempe contract extension is dragging out a little
if
bit.
You're kind of teetering on that line where it's like, I don't know, where you see like the Predators and Forsberg arguing over $500,000 per year.
I
right
know.
now.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're on that kind of line that maybe straddles one of those compensation lines, I think I'd pay Kempe. I wouldn't lose him over an unproven pick. You know, having a first, second, and third would be great, but
I'm not concerned. I don't think that, and even you listen to some of Blake's comments the other day, you know, he said that there even isn't a terrible rush. I think somebody asked him if he wanted to get the Kempe deal done before the draft. And he said, you know, ideally the sooner you get things done, you know, where things fall, but you know, it's not a tremendous hurry. I don't know. I don't know that teams are generally these GMs seem to get asked about it from time to time, but it just is never a concern to them. So until it becomes more common practice, not anything that I'm concerned about, honestly. And like you said, I don't think a team pays him more than the 6. I think I would be surprised. So I'm not worried.
All right, guys. I was trying to finish my thought, but the Blackhawks made their pick here, and they traded away a 21-year-old center for an 18-year-old center.
Frank Nazar, yeah. Hopefully, he can turn into that 40-goal scorer. But yeah, as far as offer sheets go, I think it's only come up because of the whole wildness that went on with the feud between Carolina and Montreal.
Yeah.
I don't think Carolina does that unless it seemed like they were almost just kind of messing with them. But then they signed Kotkaniemi to that long extension. I don't think Kempe is the name you have to worry about if you're LA. I think it's Mikey Anderson, because with the Kings, they're not looking to pay Mikey Anderson that top 4 money right now. They're hoping to keep it to like 2, 2.5, maybe under 3. I mean, if a team comes in and offers Mikey like $4.5 million for 4 years or so, I think that kind of puts the Kings in a little bit of a crunch there.
I would agree. Again, I just don't know that I see it happening. I don't know. I mean, Mikey's turning into he's turning into it's hard to, like, when I think Mikey Anderson, I don't think top pair lefty 1, like when I look around the NHL, but he's a solid complement to Drew Doughty. Like, I think they complement each other very well. They play well together. Doughty likes playing with him. I wonder, is Mikey Anderson a true top pair D-man, or is he that because of the chemistry and the duo that he has with Doughty is just so good that it works? You know what I mean? So I wonder sometimes about that. For as long as Doughty's here, it's great, but it just buys him some time to keep growing into and evolving into just a better player as he gets a little bit older.
I thought Mikey showed a lot of confidence in that Edmonton series. He was throwing around Nugent Hopkins and what's his toes? Draisaitl too, and McDavid. You know, it's not easy to kind of get physical with those guys, and Mikey didn't back down from any of them.
Mikey Anderson, I mean, besides Doughty and Quick, he's probably one of the more competitive players on the team. And I think that really was illustrated with all that combativeness he had with those type of players. And yeah, and to stand up to legit perennial superstars in the NHL in your first real playoff taste, I think that's huge. And he's kind of been on that stage before, winning national championships at the college level. So I think that was really good to see from that perspective, because for a team that's kind of lacking a little bit of that bite from certain players, I think the fact that Mikey was able to show that when pretty much most of us probably weren't really expecting it, I think that was big for our thoughts on Mikey Anderson. I'm sure management's thoughts on Mikey Anderson. Like, this is a player that we can feel comfortable playing in these type of situations, because it's hard to keep up with Connor McDavid. Not many players can do it, but it seemed like he was doing pretty good at it for his first couple playoff games.
I think he held his own. It was okay. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're going against those guys, you're probably going to be second best more often than not. And he did. Like he I think he like you said, he stood up to them. He was physical with them. You know, they got the better of him. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about that. But again, he was missing Drew Doughty. He's missing his defensive partner. So I don't want to go too crazy either way, right? I don't want to overrate the how physical he was, and he showed like it looked like he was ready to take another step. I think that's a positive sign. That's great. But at the end of the day, he was still spending more time in his own zone than not. So at the end of the day, it's experience, and it should help him as he goes along into next year. And I think with his D partner, Drew Doughty, I think it's only going to help him. I just don't want to go too crazy one way or the other with it. But I do think it was a good positive step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think if you're expecting Mikey Anderson to put up like 50 points this season, I think you're going to be a little disappointed. That's not who he is. But I don't think anybody in Kings management or even fans really expect that, because you're kind of looking at Mikey Anderson expecting just kind of solid shutdown minutes. He played 22 minutes in Game 7. I mean, I believe that was the most from defensive standpoint for the Kings. Even offense, actually, that was the most out of all players for the Kings. Oh, no, Matt Roy played 23. So, yeah, I mean, for a young player like Mikey Anderson, who's playing in his first playoff series, that's played 22 minutes in a Game 7. It's pretty good experience for Mikey. Mm-hmm. So I'm pretty –
for sure.
I mean, for a player that – fifth round pick?
Fourth round
pick, yeah. That's great value. Man, those fourth round picks, and Jordan Spence, look pretty good.
The Kings have done well, outside the first round.
Kim Newsonen was a fourth round pick too, right?
He's spent a lot of time in Ontario this year. He's a sneaky under the radar. I wouldn't forget about him. Like he's going to be an interesting guy to watch.
Who are you talking about, Joe?
Nusainen, is that?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I like that. I liked him. He showed a little bit in Ontario. He didn't play a ton when he came over, but he's got some puck moving ability on the back end.
Take him over. RA was 2.
Another fourth rounder.
Love him.
So is Austin Wagner. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, way to ruin the mood. I think you just missed a breakaway somewhere.
I mean, guys, it happened in Ontario all season. It was nuts. He may have led the team in scoring chances. I actually think he actually might have, according to Instat, in the per 60. Like he was always creating chances and more often than not missing them.
That contract didn't make sense.
Winnipeg just grabbed Rutger McGroarty.
Oh, did they?
I like him.
Here's another guy I liked.
I really liked McGroarty. I think he's like almost like a Dustin Brown type player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, super aggressive. I love watching his film and all of his skills.
Probably one of the more physical players in this first round.
Yeah, just super tenacious and aggressive, and I just loved his style of play.
God, Joe, that's our team to watch this offseason is the Winnipeg Jets. See what they do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have players making noise about how they don't know what's going on, and
it's not
there's
good.
talks of Wheeler and Scheifele available,
and yet you have one of the best goalies in the league still there. So, like, as long as you have him, and he's still a good age, and I don't think he's not locked up yet, but I don't know. I mean, if they start to deal some of these guys, he's not going to want back.
No,
they're going to have to look to deal him too.
Man, and it's just you look at the Winnipeg Jets and you just think like on paper they should be a playoff team, like a legit playoff team. You have Blake Wheeler, Kyle Connor, Mark Scheifele, Nikolai Ehlers, Pierre-Luc Dubois. I mean, there's so many good forwards. That forward course is great, and then defensively they're okay. You have Morrissey and Neil Pionk. They got some decent players. And then Cole Perfetti is a good young player for them. Villian Heinola is looking good for them. So it's just they just can't seem to put it together. And I don't who was their coach that just left midway through the season and kind of Paul Maurice has kind of left. And I think he kind of realizes like I have this really good team, but for some reason I just can't figure out how to put everything together here. And I think that's kind of been an issue there. Maybe they just can't find a leader for that team to kind of steer the ship in the right direction.
They swept Edmonton in the bubble, right?
Yes, they did. No.
Yeah, I thought for sure they were going to make the playoffs last year, and they were kind of flirting with a wild card spot towards the end, but then they petered out.
If they could address the back end a little bit, that's always easier said than done. But if they could gain some depth back there, then maybe there's something there. But they should be better than they are. And who knows? Maybe Bonus will come in and bring some structure to them. Although Maurice, you would think that would have been there. I don't know. It's been a disappointing team because I thought over the years they really didn't. They made one run to the conference final, I think. I don't know.
Was that the Golden Knights?
Yes.
Final appearance, I believe so.
Did they play Nashville in the Western Final, or was that the Western Semifinal? This was a few years back at this point. It was like 5 years ago. But disappointing. I thought this was a team that had a run somewhere in them.
The fact that the Blackhawks are the only team so far that don't have their prospects' name bars on the back of their jerseys is very fitting for how this draft has gone.
Hard for the
how this whole day has panned out for them.
This was like their announcement to the world that they're just throwing it all away.
Lekkerimäki's still there. They're going, man, it's crazy to think if the Kings still had the pick that Lekkerimäki's on the table still.
Slafkovsky was walking through the crowd, just getting the love from everybody. That's great.
I think we'll have to watch out for the Canucks this year, in my opinion.
Think so? Think they're gonna?
I think they played significantly better once Boudreau took over.
It's just, you don't know what's going to happen with Brock Besser, JT Miller. That's going to be.
They just signed Besser.
Oh yeah, that's right. They signed Besser. Sorry, but
Miller.
JT,
but Miller
JT
is a question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's like reports out there that Vancouver's offered him an 8-year deal, but then
for Miller.
Yeah,
just that Connor Garland trade just didn't make sense for me at all.
No, I mean less so for Garland, more so for Ekman Larson. Like I didn't. I don't know why you get locked into him for that long at that money.
Mm-hmm.
Because Garland at sub 5 is fine, but Ackman
I
Larson.
think, yeah, I mean, besides Quinn Hughes, their defense is suspect at best.
Yeah, I wonder if they were hoping some D-men fell down. I don't know their prospect pool enough.
No, I didn't realize Demko's 26 already. Thought he was younger. But, I mean, I like some of their young players. Hoglander's good. Pod Colton's good player.
Yep. There's somebody
I think they
else.
need those people. They need those players to kind of step in a little bit.
Dalina Klimovic is another one. Saw him. He was pretty good for Abbotsford this year.
Well, there's your guy, Joe.
Lekaramaki.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good fit for Vancouver, actually. So who do I like in Buffalo now? I know Savoy's solid. I mean, he wasn't my pick.
Wonder if they'll go Kamel here.
Well, we're getting to where 19 was close. 3 more picks, and some of those names that we were looking at, and Lambert and Miroshchenko.
Yeah, still there.
Still there.
You're
I
off.
get the sense Miroshnichenko is going to fall quite a bit.
Who's that, Joe? Sorry?
Miroshnichenko.
Oh, yeah.
I think he might fall. I don't think he gets picked this round.
I think
that's what I'm saying. Like a guy like that, if he's still available tomorrow,
I can see the Kings being aggressive.
Will move up and grab him.
Yep.
We'll see when that first Russian player gets picked to kind of really get a feel of how teams feel about those players right now.
They had one already in.
Yeah, he was in the OHL though last year, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. He played in the OHL. That's true.
But
that's
yeah,
right.
those players overseas in Russia, that's what I'll kind of be interesting to watch. Yeah, because Yurov is in the KHL.
Yeah, Yurov played over there. Yep.
The 2 Swedes are still there. The 2 other Swedes, Oland and Ogren.
Yep.
Oh, the Kiramaki's only 17. I did not realize that.
So look at I know Kasper is Austrian, but he's playing in the SHL. Between the Swedes, Lekaramaki, Olin, and Ogren, and then Kasper, like there was a good draft for Sweden.
Here's Brandon. What's up, Brandon?
What's going on? I'm driving home.
The commitment.
Yeah, there you go. I love it. Love it. How are you thinking this? How you feel about how this draft is shaping out so far? What's grabbed your eye?
I mean, I just feel like look at everybody like that last Pronman out the door, and he got the first 4 picks 100% correct. Mm-hmm. He was the only one that had Shane Wright going to Seattle, and then he said in his previous mock that there's going to be a lot more defensemen taken in the top 15 than we really think. That really shouldn't be ranked there, and you're going to see some forwards fall. And that's like if the Kings still had their pick, you could just be seeing a top 10 talent falling there, and you're off or Kamel or Miroshchenko. That easily could have been a spot for them to take. If we were still there at 19.
Yeah, I'm looking at Pronman's mock draft right now. He had Kamel going 7 to the Senators. Then he had Lekaramaki, who just got taken at 15. He had him taken at 9 overall. Jeff O showing you some love. Love the commitment from Randon. Live pod while driving. Attaboy. Yeah, but besides that, yeah, Corey Pronman actually he got a lot right in terms of his first 4 picks. I don't think a lot of people saw those picks going the way they did.
I mean, Slavkovsky makes he's the MVP of the Olympics, dominated the world. I mean, he's 6'4", 216, probably still growing. You're probably the most confident in him playing next season. I know that they're probably still trying to tank for Bedard, but I mean, they go out and get Doc, and so you have Suzuki and Doc right up the middle. I mean,
Yep.
Doc and Slavkovsky, both over 6'4", both over 200-something pounds. Like, that's a huge line, or a pairing at least.
Yeah, I think out of all the players, I think Slavkovsky is probably the one that I think would play in the NHL over anybody else next season.
And that's what he said at the NHL.com did an interview with him at the Combine, and he said why he should go number one is that I've already played against men, and I can come in and make an impact right away. So, and he took and I like the fact that he took advantage of his opportunity. So you saw at the Olympic Games, like, he was playing on the fourth and third line, and that line caught fire, and every single game he got moved up, and then by the end of the tournament, like, he was on the number one power play on the first line, and ended up winning the MVP, Like, he just took advantage of the opportunity every single chance that he got. And, we'll see if it works out long term, but, as far as, like, his rocket couldn't have been launching at a much higher rate than it was.
Absolutely. I think Wright falling to 4 kind of surprised me a lot, though.
Yeah. I'm going to say Buffalo goes with one of the 2 Swedes that are left or Kemmel. I think they're going forward, though.
Kamel? You think Kamel gets picked?
Kemmel. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. That's my guess is Joachim Kemmel.
I don't know if Kamel is really like a Buffalo-style guy. Like, isn't he a little smaller, more finesse?
That's what they like. They just pick Savoy. They tend to be that way. I mean, Jack Quinn's not a big guy. Their forwards are not historically necessarily too big.
You guys look at
Bettman said nope.
Oh,
never mind.
Oh, Ostlund. Look at this. They caught Shane Wright giving the Canadians table a death stare.
Really?
I just posted it in the chat.
I mean, talk about a chip on your shoulder, though, right?
Mhm.
For Wright?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's like you've been the consensus number 1 for almost a year, and now you go 4. I mean, that's the way you have to look at it. You have to look at it that way, where you can't be disappointed. You just have to look like, okay, like, I'm going to make those teams like regret that decision.
I mean, Matty Beniers already played for Seattle last season after the college season ended, and if Seattle wants to start both of them, I mean, you got to assume that they're not going to make Shane Wright play in the OHL. So, could you really see, him and then Shane Wright 1-2 next season?
I don't know. Something. I guess it's possible.
I don't see Wright playing in
I don't think
NHL.
Wright's. I don't think he's going to play. Yeah, I'm kind of.
I don't think Seattle's on a team that they seem like they'd be pretty patient with Wright. They're going to be I think they're going to be on the bottoms, like one of the bottom dwellers again. You're going to see these teams that want it.
Who do they take from the Lightning? He was that forward that was injured, right?
Yanni Gord.
Yanni Gord.
He had a long contract.
Is he a winger?
He can do
center,
both.
I think, right?
He can do both. He played center for Seattle. I'm pretty sure though when he did play.
I mean, even if you let Wright play and he played third line, if you're fine with Gord playing first line minutes, I mean, I would have him come in. I mean, he has nothing left to prove in the OHL at this point.
Yeah. And both of his the thing with Wright now though is like you have both your line mates are going to be gone in Chromiak and Edmonds, so And I'm sure a lot of people were looking at those two players as maybe like helping right out a little bit. Because, I mean, yeah, Chromiak's a really good player, even though he's a 5th-round pick, and Edmonds put up 113 points as an overager. So you could see. Sorry, Bettman's at the podium.
I can't stop watching that the Shane Wright stare down. Did you watch it yet, Russ?
Do you guys?
The video.
You guys feel that Montreal made all these trades, like Romanov and everything like that, just to make a splash because it was their hometown, or do they really believe that much in Kirby Dach?
I would still believe that much in Kirby Dach.
Mm-hmm.
I like
maybe
that.
A little mixture of both. Maybe make a little noise for the home fan base, get them a little excited. But then, I mean, it's not like I don't think they really overpaid or made a unnecessary move. I think it's a move that you can be, I guess, satisfied with, happy with. But it didn't seem like a lot of people were. I mean, a lot of fans were happy that Romanov got traded, but you bring in
He was
Kirby
their best
Dach.
defenseman that was going to play next year.
Yeah, you bring in Kirby Dach. That's not a bad trade.
Yeah, he and like I said, I like Romanov. He was in and out of the lineup a bit last year, but
so they're announcing the GM of the Year award.
Okay.
Yeah, Holden says Kirby Dach gets a harder time than he should, especially in Chicago. I think that's true. I mean, he looked pretty good in the bubble, too. He was probably one of the better forwards. It was also the bubble that Oli Mata looked pretty good, too. Maybe the bubble was just – I don't know, but I still think Kirby Dach – it was a little disappointing. I was a little sad that he broke his arm before the World Juniors. I was expecting him to.
I remember that. Yeah.
I think that was going to be his coming out party because I think he was the captain too. GM of the Year, Kyle Davidson. Okay, who's the Rangers GM? Is it Sather?
Drury.
Chris Drury.
Drury, that's right. Sorry, if he wins this award, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, Drury made his team worse.
Joe Sakic.
Sakic wins.
Yeah, good.
Well, I just realized I share a birthday with today.
Yes, sir. Pretty good day for him.
Yeah, he's had a good day. Traded for a goalie.
Heli Kings just tweeted out a picture of their table. Doesn't look like much is going on. Blake's staring down at his phone.
Pretty well deserved for Joe Sakic, I would say.
Yeah, did all right this year.
Yeah, not bad.
Talk about a fun player to watch back in the day.
I know.
One of the best wrist shots of all time.
Man, yeah, he was so good.
That Unrivaled doc between the
I haven't watched the
Avalanche.
Yeah, if you haven't gotten a chance to check that out, highly recommend.
Yeah, that was such a good documentary. So fun to watch.
Yeah, they did that really well. You must just knock the mic over. Come on, Kings. You got anything for us today? be surprised if they made a move of some sort today. I think they're. I don't know. I think for the Kings, I think you're probably looking at probably next year with the next big splash when Jonathan Quick's contract comes off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you think it was interesting? Was there? Where did I see? I thought there was something that I saw about. What do you think? Well, we'll just put it this way. What do you think happens with Trevor Moore? His contract's also up after this year.
Mm-hmm.
Is he somebody that they're going to look to extend?
Absolutely. I think that's a player that
it was your tweet, Russ. Yeah, you tweeted it.
Yeah, I got a little news that they were probably going to be meeting later on this summer. I think it's something that both sides want. The Kings realize how much Trevor Moore means to the franchise and the fan base, and I mean the Thousand Oaks T-shirts that are getting printed, and that's really, I mean, that's not a player that you probably let walk in free agency, and I don't think he's going to command that big of a contract. No. I think if you sign him, I think if you extend him this off season or before the season or during the season, I think that maybe helps out a little bit too, because let's say maybe he has like some breakout, like 70-point season for some playing with Dano full time. I mean, then maybe can the Kings even afford him at that point with the way their salary cap's looking? So I think if you try to extend him now, I think that would help in terms of the salary cap situation in the long run. If you can keep him at like around close to like $3 million, 3.5, I think that's a win for both sides.
Boys back.
Do you guys ever think that when the Kings acquired Trevor Moore, he'd be the player that this team would rally around, or the fan base would rally around?
No,
and
but
after 2.5 hours, the ticker's finally on the bottom.
There we go.
To me, if you that just spells. To me, again, I feel like that again. That Alex Iafallo is the odd man out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm the same way.
Because so if you've locked that in, I mean, again, does it say anything that? And this is more of like a out of left field kind of question. Does it say anything that they are locking in guys like this, and not? Do they not think that there is this top six potential of Rasmus Kupari, of Samuel Fagemo, of Gabe Vilardi? Are these guys not panning? You know, where do we see them fit in over the next couple of years?
I don't think they're going. I mean, the way that they've looked now, like those players like Kupari, Vilardi, and even Turcotte, I don't think those players have shown any reason to be expecting that they'd reach that potential soon. The next couple of years. Yeah. So I guess for maybe the next 3-4 years, if you're looking at keeping Trevor Moore around, I mean, because the thing with Trevor Moore is like he's like a Trevor Lewis like 2.0.
You can move him up and down.
Yeah, you can move him wherever. I mean, that's what they've been able to do. And if you're able to keep it like, and that's a player where if you put him in the bottom six and he gives a little offense production, I think everybody's happy with that, because nobody expected him to be a top six player. I don't even know if I expect him to still be a top six player going forward.
Right.
So,
and I think that's why I go back to Iafallo, because then you have two guys doing the same thing they can play that top six role, but whether or not they are a top six player, maybe they slot in better on the third line, opening up a spot for a Kaliev, or if one of these other players, whether it's Kupari or Vilardi or Turcotte or Fagemo end up, or look a little further, Chromiak makes that jump, and then you slot him in there. So, yeah, I'm like a few weeks back, I would have thought, there's just I don't see any way that Iafallo moves. But the more I think about it, it's a tricky spot I think they're in, especially if you do extend more and say it comes in more like 3, that's $1 million less than Iafallo that you're slotting down in that third line in a couple of years, if that's the case, unless he stays as a second line winger. So, I'm more leaning. I think that Iafallo could end up being an odd man out.
There goes Kamel.
Are you watching, Ryan? Are you watching it on NHL.com? Is that why you're ahead of everybody?
Ryan's at the draft. We discussed that earlier.
He's got the satellite feed straight into his bedroom.
No, I'm just watching on ESPN.
See, I'm on ESPN as well, and I'm like, I guess it's maybe ESPN Plus is delayed or something.
Well, we know what it is because I'm on ESPN too, but it's still streaming. I got Apple TV and I get Spectrum, so that's probably Ryan's got true actual cable.
Yeah, the hotel I'm at is hooked up to a cable.
There you go.
Are you at a hotel because you got COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah. Slowly building the ESPN style ticker at the bottom.
Have you guys seen the pick yet? I just want to know what the time is.
Yeah, Joachim Kemmel. So he who was it? It was no, that was Coolidge. Had the best one-timer according to
yeah. Oh yeah, he's still out there too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they released the voting for the GM award. Rob Blake came in 8th.
What behind? We're not homers, are we? Did people see what every move he made has been?
Whose fonts do we got to blow to get some recognition in this place, huh?
Right. You look at where McClellan finished. You look at where Blake finished. It's strange, and you see Ken Holland finished 4th. Bill Zito from Florida 5th. Guerin from Minnesota 6th.
What?
And then traveling was 7th from Calgary.
Boy, talk about a team. That team could look a lot different. Calgary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, did they miss their moment here?
If they lose Gaudreau and Tkachuk, that's even
got
more.
Got a resident Canadians fan in
there.
There
he is.
What's going on, boys?
Jack.
What's up, Jack? Wanted to get you in here and get your thoughts on how everything's shaping out here.
Yeah, interesting start to that draft for sure. I don't know. As the day kind of went on, it kind of seemed like there was more and more momentum going towards Slafkovsky going first. So it wasn't a huge shock. I think they just kind of decided Wright was the safe pick, but Wright with Slafkovsky, I think they feel like he's got a chance to be a real star. So I think that's why they decided to go in that direction. Big power forward, a lot of skill, great shot. Really surprised Wright. I thought he was going to go at worst 3rd to Arizona. I thought
that's what we thought.
So that's him going to that's great for Seattle that he slid all the way there.
Yeah.
What about Kirby Dach? How do you feel about that?
Franchise builder.
Yeah, I don't know. Kirby Dach, I don't know. I was a big fan of his in junior. And I don't know, just we've seen flashes from him in Chicago. And I mean, it's not like it was a great situation in Chicago, but yeah, I mean, I almost would have preferred they just kept that pick. I mean, I wasn't a huge Romanov fan, so I'm not devastated.
Okay.
I
was just going to ask you about him because I like Romanov, but I don't watch the Habs probably as much as you do.
Yeah. You know what he did? I feel like late in this, he's one of those guys who did improve late in the season after St. Louis took over, and there were a few of those guys. But I don't know, he delivers some big hits. He's fun to watch in that aspect, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like the upside's limited there. I wasn't devastated to move on from him. With Doc, maybe a change of scenery will do him well. We'll see how it goes if he can stay healthy. Yeah, interesting draft for the Habs to be sure so far.
Are you are you happy with it? How it's going though?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of, it's been a couple hours now, so I've kind of talked myself into laptop. Yeah.
Was Wright your guy? Was Wright who you wanted?
Wright is who I wanted going into it. But I do I understand why they kind of feel he's going to be. I'm sure he's going to be a good player, but maybe with a number 1 overall pick, you want a bit of a higher ceiling. So maybe it's the riskier pick in a sense, but like you can see what they love about Slafkovsky. I mean, 6'4", 220 already at like 18 years old. It's like a great shot, good skater. Like there's a lot of potential there. So he's definitely a player. You look at the package of talent, you can definitely dream on him. And, I guess that's what they saw, and that's why they went in that direction.
I wonder if I have to imagine these doc conversations didn't start after the pick. Like I wonder if they didn't have a feeling that they were about to get Kirby Dach if they would have gone with Wright.
Am I the only one who, when Bettman was announcing that trade, who thought the Habs were about to trade for the 4th pick and take Wright as well?
I thought that's exactly
that would have been crazy. If that would have happened, like the Bell Center just would have exploded. They somehow ended up with both of them.
Side note, this is an interesting pick for Dallas here. I think like their cupboard is pretty bare, but they're still kind of like in a weird contending position. So it's kind of an interesting because their last center pick, I forget his name, hasn't really panned out. So like they don't really have much of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. What was the question again, Joe? Sorry.
Would you?
No, I'm wondering if they hadn't had the deal or knew that they were close to or closing in on a deal for Dach, if they would have gone Wright instead of Slafkovsky.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure those conversations have already been going on. I mean, clearly Chicago's been open for business with DeBrincat and Dach. So I'm sure they had those conversations going on already. And I mean, it sounds like they weren't necessarily shopping Romanov, but it was kind of like, I mean, I guess the Habs were probably saying like, hey, what if we give you Calgary's pick at like 25 or 26 or whatever for Dach? And I guess the Blackhawks were like, no, if you can get a higher pick than that, sure. But so then, the Islanders were willing to trade theirs at 13, and the price ended up being Romanov. But yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it from the Habs perspective, because I do feel like Dach has the higher upside. The Habs actually have a pretty good defense pool in their farm system. So I feel like Romanov is a bit expendable. I don't know how much longer he was going to be there anyway. So we'll see. I mean, maybe Dach will pan out. You take the chance on the young center who was the high pick, and sometimes it works out, and sometimes they're Elias Anderson. You just got to wait and see.
This is a interesting pick here for Dallas.
Yeah. I like it. Liam Bichelle, he's like 6'5", 216. Sixton in our interview said like he plays with no fucks given. Like he hits when he wants to hit. He slap shots. He just kind of does whatever he wants to do. Big boy, and he's a phenomenal skater for his size. I think kind of fits like the kind of the bad boys of the South type vibe that Dallas has built with with Sagan and Ben and the Beards and all that kind of stuff like that. He can play behind Heiskanen, on the left side. So it'd be interesting. I mean, he probably Sixton said he probably could play next season just because of his size, but having another year to marinate wouldn't be a bad idea.
I am curious to see how he plays against bigger competition.
He's got some pretty skinny legs, so I'm gonna have to start doing leg day.
Yeah, I can see him spending another year in Sweden and growing a bit. Either that, or even if he comes over, I think that. But he's a good guy to add to your prospect pool. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like Brandon mentioned, both of these last two teams, Nashville and Dallas, both teams. It's like
weird spots.
What's your direction here? You guys contending? You guys. I mean, Nashville, no one kind of really saw them being where they were last year. And they got swept. They got caught by the eventual Stanley Cup winners. And now Dallas, besides Jason Robinson.
I feel like Dallas doesn't hire DeBoer if they're kind of going in a rebuilding direction, right? Like that kind of says to me they're trying to win. So
yep, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, if DeBoer, they need to figure out a way to wake Sagan and Ben up. Sagan and Ben are being paid to be top players on your team, and they're not playing like it. Mm-hmm. And that's another team. Like we were just talking about the Winnipeg Jets, where you look at the players on paper.
Their best player last year was Robertson, right?
Yeah, and they got some really good talent, really good, decent young talent, and obviously they have a really good goaltender in Ottinger now. So,
all right, here's a good question here. if the Kings were still on the board, who would you got with the board the way it is? Who would you guys have taken?
Oh yeah, this is their pick coming up right now, with Minnie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So I love Mir Tashenko. Like, he's been my boy. I've been pounding the table, but I thought Urov would have probably been taken in the teens.
Yeah.
I would have been fine with taking Danila Urov here.
Yeah, I'd go with him.
I don't know. I still think you go for that home run pick in Mir Tashenko. Before all the unfortunate things he was going through went down, people were talking about him being a top 5 pick. It's just, I think you go where the Kings were at. I think you just make the home run.
Yeah, he's my pick here. He would have been my pick, but again, it's one of those things where it
does help that he's skating already again.
He's obviously falling, and do the Kings, would they have traded, could you trade backwards a couple of picks later into the back end of the first round and still end up getting him? But Miroshnichenko is my pick here.
You know what it'd be crazy if they did trade back, because Yannetti likes to move. If they traded back knowing that they probably could have still got their guy and gotten Mir Tashenko, gotten Danila in the 20th and added more ammo to move up from 51 to get Mir Tashenko and got both Russians, just double it up Ruski style, that would have been crazy.
I mean, if there's any team that's willing to take another Russian player, it'd probably be Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's crazy is I don't know, all the Kings men, and shout out to that interview. It was a great interview with Yannetti, but dude, he was talking some major trash on other GMs, man. Whole interview. He was like, yeah, there's some people that just don't want to trade. I don't ever give them, we don't ever call them because I know that they're never going to trade at all. He's like they're a bunch of wusses. They just stand pat and make their picks. They don't want to move. And
well, you definitely realize at some point, the GMs you're just wasting your time talking to, and the GMs who are actually looking to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens in my fantasy football league.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually don't, in general practice, don't like the idea of trading up. I much prefer trade down and gain more assets as you go backwards. But I think where the Kings were last year, I think it was a good strategy. I don't know if they'll do it. I mean, obviously, we'll see what tomorrow looks like. I don't know if they'll do it again tomorrow, but I actually, especially in a draft like this, where it seems there's so many guys that are, look at what we've watched here so far in the first, 18 picks. You've had guys that were rated anywhere from the top 5 to 10 to not even supposed to be picked yet. Rutger McGroarty was pretty common. I saw him often in the 20s, and he's gone a few picks back, and then you see a guy like, Danila Urov is still there. So I feel like a draft like this where there isn't that elite top end talent, I'd be moving back and trying to gain something. If I needed something in the immediate, or looking to just gain more second round picks or something like that.
Kind of what people have said about this draft is it's a deep
draft. The Wild
draft.
went past a lot of the picks. They went with Liam Ogren.
Really?
And Sixten Funquist really liked his game.
Yeah, I kind of like him.
Really brutal shot. Go ahead, Joe.
No, sorry, Randy. I was going to say I like him better than who was the one that the Sabres took? Ostlund?
Yeah.
I liked Ogren better than him. I was a little surprised that Ogren didn't go ahead of him.
Man, he's got a killer shot.
Lambert is going to fall. Lambert's going to fall.
Looks like it.
I have a feeling he's going to be there at 51.
Is there going to be another thing like the Atu Ratty where people just overthink his skill set, and like he got drafted by I think it was the Islanders, and then the first game back for Finland he scored 3 goals. He scored a hat trick.
Yeah. I don't get it with Lambert. He looks so good as a 16-year-old in the World Juniors. Like, he did not look out of place at all.
It's just so what Chris Peters, and I talked to him a little bit afterwards as well, is just like his skating is just so elite. He's the best skater in the draft. And so when you have one elite trait and you can dance around everybody in your age group, like it makes up for maybe some deficiencies in your game. And then not to mention, like, he started off sick and injured. to start the season, so he wasn't in camp, and then got traded twice. And then he went to Canada. They were only there for 2 days. Like, he never was really in a common spot. And then the biggest thing as well is Kamel, his teammate, had a phenomenal season and kind of stole some of his thunder. Is Kamel still on the board?
No, he just got taken right before, or I think by Nashville.
By Nashville, okay.
Yep.
But like, your teammate steals some of your thunder. You don't progress as a player, and that's what a lot of the people, the truthers about Shane Wright, were saying. Like, he didn't progress. Like, his line mate Martin Chromiak looked better than him most games, and so it's like he didn't progress from the season before. And Slavkovsky had this huge rise. Like, a lot of that, I think maybe might be overthinking it, but a lot of it also is, like, what have you done for me lately? Like recency bias.
Yeah.
I think we're getting back into trade territory where teams want to get back in the first round.
Riker comes in. I would take a shot at Lambert if he's there at 51, but I doubt he will be. And that 6'6" guy that went right before this pick, his nickname is the Ogre. Like, that is, man, that's a guy that a fan base can get behind.
That should have been Chara's nickname. Whole career. I don't know why we didn't think of that.
When do we start the Lane Hudson hashtag to LA for the 51st pick?
That's another guy. If he's still there at the end of the first round,
like,
things moved up to get him.
Yeah, seriously, like, you're looking at a guy who had more points than Luke Hughes in his draft year. Luke Hughes is 6'2", so like that makes a huge difference. But do you bank on the doctors saying, like, his endocrinologist saying that his brother grew 2 inches after he was 18, and his bone age is only 15, 16 years old. So like, he still has a lot of growth left in him. Like, do you take that shot?
No,
that's dynamic.
Even if not, like, I think that they do it anyways. Give me the elite talent. I just want the player in the organization. I think you try to get him. Because if this kid was 2 inches taller, he's probably gone by now.
Yeah.
And I give me that guy even if it's not 51, even if they do trade up to get him, I'm on board with that.
I think I'm running out of room for this ticker here.
Jack, we haven't talked to you on here in a while. Let's get your thoughts on the Kevin Fiala deal. What do you think about it?
I like it a lot. I mean, we saw it in, like, as good of a season as the Kings had. I mean, we did see, like, they just didn't have quite enough offensive talent, and we saw that, I mean, it was a great series against Edmonton, but again, like, just the lack of finishing just really did them in the end. I mean, Fiala would have led them in scoring by, I think, like 18 points last year. And you get him for, a mid to late first. And, I think Faber's a good prospect, but you're stacked on the right side of the D. Like, I think that was a great trade for the Kings. I think Fiala's going to be a huge addition for them next year.
Yeah, it's funny because you look at this 19th overall pick that just went. I mean, these players, they're a little exciting, but what do the Kings need some of these players for? They're just going to be thrown into the fire, or the group of all the rest of the other prospects. So it's like, yeah, maybe they can develop into something pretty good, but when you're able to trade that and then deal from strength with your right shot defenseman and Brock Faber, it makes all the sense in the world.
There's clearly, like, there's a window that's just opening for the Kings, I think, and that they need to take advantage of, because they've done a good job building up the farm system, and that aspect in particular on the right side of the defense, they've done a really good job of building up. And so you had to trade from that a little bit to give yourself.
Oh, damn! There he goes.
And I think it was a great trade.
Who'd Washington take?
Marichenko.
To pair with
Washington takes
Ovechkin.
Okay.
Jack, let me ask you this. After you see the return for what Kevin Fiala got and then what Alex DeBrincat got, if you had to pick a player just based on the return, would you still take Fiala over DeBrincat?
Well, the thing is, the Kings got Fiala signed, and the Ottawa has not gotten DeBrincat signed to a long-term deal yet. We'll see if they do. So I'm sure that was part of it, is that, the Kings probably, talked to Fiala ahead of time. The Wild gave them permission to try and iron something out. So it's a little bit more of a risky trade for Ottawa, I guess, which is maybe why it didn't cost. Like, the cost wasn't quite as high as people thought it was, because they're not getting that guarantee he's going to stick around.
I'm surprised he's here at the draft.
Who's
Marchenko? Yeah, because he lives in Russia.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
But I believe he did interviews at the World Championships in Sweden,
right?
Not at the Combine. He wasn't at the Combine, but I think he was at the World Championships.
Oh, that's right.
And did interviews there. But he said Pronman said he's tried to get visas 3 times to come play in Canada and was denied. So he wants to be in America. It's just the cancer.
Oh, he just wants to be out of Russia.
Yeah.
Damn, that was who I was hoping would fall. He's my boy.
Yeah.
Skates in off season with Evgeny Malkin. Taken right before the Penguins.
Wouldn't it be fun if Malkin goes to the Caps and plays with Ovi? Just like, isn't Backstrom gonna maybe miss next season? He had hip surgery. You can put him on LTIR, sign Malkin for a year to play with Ovi. That'd be crazy.
Who's that, Jack?
I was just saying it'd be fun if Malkin went to Washington, played with Ovi for a year while Backstrom's on LTIR.
Oh,
I mean, they're never afraid to bring in those Russians in Washington, so I'm not surprised they draft Marchenko here.
Yeah, I can definitely see Malkin wanted to kind of get his licks on Crosby a little bit.
Yeah. Like, you guys wouldn't pay me? Fine. I'll go play with Ovi.
What do you guys think about that Letang deal?
I would love to be paid that much until 41.
Yeah.
It's the years. It's the years.
Yeah, the last 2 years of that deal will probably be rough, but
has buyout written all over it.
But he can't. It's an over 35. Can it be? How does that work? It's an over 35 contract. I think the rule's different, I think.
I think there are. Yeah, I think you're right.
But he's so damn good that $6 million is a damn near steal for him. It's just the years. You just hope that
I saw the breakdown. He's getting 4.8 over in the last 2 years. Each of the last 2 years, getting 8.
That's still not. It's not that bad though. It's not like he's getting.
So why don't more teams do that? Instead of making the same, front or back load. You don't see that in hockey at all. You see it a ton in football.
Yeah, you see it a lot.
Tyreek Hill is making $51 million as a receiver his last year of his deal.
You saw that with the.
He's never going to see that.
You used to see that with the Kovalchuk deal. Remember the Kovalchuk deal?
Exactly.
The double that happened. Yeah.
Although the money's guaranteed in hockey, where football
they started to penalize. I think they started to penalize that a bit, which is why we saw some of the 35-year-old rules come into play, because that Kovalchuk deal was just nuts.
Yeah. Well, and then that's why they put the cap on years, because you had
that too.
Kovalchuk signing for 17 years and Hossa and Zetterberg signing for 13 years and
DiPietro for 47.
Yeah, exactly. It was just getting ridiculous. It was so blatantly cap circumventing. But yeah, I mean, the keeping Letang helps the Penguins maybe keep their window open a bit longer. I mean, remember how close they were to winning that series against the Rangers? They were up 2-0 in Game 5 with a 3-1 series lead. If that Crosby injury doesn't happen, who knows? Maybe they close out that series that night, and then who knows what happens. But
if they had Crosby and an NHL caliber goalie, then they would win the series.
Yeah, Crosby was out, and they were down to their third string goalie, and they still almost won that series in 5 games. So, keeping Letang does help them keep their window open a bit longer. The last few years of that deal are probably going to hurt. Is he going to be a $6 million defenseman in his early 40s?
He could be if he stays healthy though, and he could be. He's so good.
He's such a smooth and talented player.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's so good, and I think he hasn't gotten the credit he probably deserves. Maybe it's in part because of Crosby and Malkin. Maybe it's in part because he missed some time. But you remember some of the time he missed, it wasn't all injury. Like, he had a stroke.
Yeah.
Right. Like he's a really, really good and probably underappreciated defenseman is Crystal Tang.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to a Kings question here from Richard. How many players do you think the Kings will draft? 2 through 5. Now, so are they going to go with the quality over quantity approach? Do they make all 5 picks? Do they trade back and get more picks? What do you guys think?
My thought on this is
3 players there.
Yeah. I think my thought on this is they haven't. If they were going to be dealing from their prospect pool this offseason to address needs immediately, then I would be more on board of them saying they're just going to keep those picks and just restock them. But they've only dealt one prospect, at least to date. So if they see players they like, I think they're going to go get them.
Yeah, I agree.
Owen Pickering.
Letang is announcing the pick. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's from Montreal.
And he's from Montreal. Yeah.
I think
go ahead.
Go ahead, Rick. Well, I was just say, I think for the Kings, I don't know. I think you want to. I'd be happy if they started trading back and just like, hey, if any team wants to move up, we'll let you. We don't. I mean, they obviously don't need that many more prospects in the prospect pool. But if you get drafts or draft picks, and then use those draft picks for future like trades and like maybe deadline deals. I mean, we're seeing what some of these deadline trades are starting to look like. If you have more draft capital, especially in next year's draft, I wouldn't be upset if the Kings just started moving back in some of these on some of their draft picks here.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, and you look at when we started making all these trades in the last regime, they didn't do a good job at refilling the pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
And there was that dead period there, and like that's why, because we made the Fiala trade this year, I'm not a fan of dealing next year's first round pick, because you need the continuance of high end high end talent coming in to be a team that is good for over a decade, right? Like the Kings were, we won 2 cups, but we were a flash in the pan for 5 years. So
yeah, like how many firsts did they trade during that stretch? Like
3 of them.
They traded one for like 10 games of Andre Sekera. Like it was crazy.
Yep.
Well, and they traded for Sekera and for Lucic. Like it was kind of trading them for bad players is just in general bad strategy.
Well, I think that just compounds the injury, but like you don't you could have used that pick, and then you saw that what the influx did on the 14 year with Toffoli and Pearson, and then Nolan and Dwight King. Like those are picks later in the draft, and then higher end picks that made a difference. Like you look at Tanner Pearson, even though he was a back end pick in the first round, like he's over 300 games. Like that's a solid player in the NHL. And then they're cost controlled because the fact that you're getting them and you're not going out and getting a guy with a massive contract and stuff like that. So I think I wouldn't mind them trading back. I'm always a fan of best player available and the tier system that Yannetti subscribes to. But I also would like them to go up and get a higher end prospect too, because not all these guys are going to play for our team, but these guys are 4 years out. So like, what is our team even going to look like? Like Kopitar might not even be on the Kings anymore. Like
Alex Turcotte will still be playing 5 games.
So
per year.
So like for me, it's just like I see they need to get some influx in there, and I understand where it's at because I fully expect. Some of these prospects have graduated. Like Kupari is no longer a prospect. Grunstrom's no longer a prospect. Kaliev's no longer So the pool is thinning out. Like you got to replenish it a little bit. Like I don't think they need to go crazy and trade back, 4, 5, 6 times. But
I was just gonna say, imagine being Owen Pickering, you're a left shot defenseman, and you get your jersey handed to you by Crystal Tang.
Yeah.
It's gotta be a pretty cool feeling.
Yeah, it's cool when teams do that. They kind of have one of their veteran star players announce the pick. Like that's got to be so cool for the prospect. Like I remember a few years ago at the draft, they had the Habs had Shea Weber announce the Cole Caulfield pick.
Oh, nice.
That's got to be so cool for those prospects when
Yeah.
if like the president or the GM announces the pick, it's like, okay, whatever. But if it's like actually a guy like that he's been watching playing, it's like, wow, that's awesome.
You look at this, like I like we were talking about our prospect pool, but I like what the Ducks are doing, and that would be an interesting rivalry in 2 years when all these prospects come up and what the teams will look like.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely. The Ducks, in a year or two, they're going to be an interesting team.
Ducks, and listen, Seattle's in the conference too, and you look at what they're in the division too.
Yeah.
And you look at what they're putting together.
Matty B and Shane Wright.
Yep. Yeah.
That's a good core down the middle.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if they get, Vladimir Michkov? Or not? Yeah, his name is it Vladimir? Is his first name? It's Michkov though, right?
It's like Matiev or something. It's.
Yeah, I think Jack's right. It's Matiev.
Michkov.
Yeah.
Matvey.
Yeah.
I'm butchering.
We'll find out next year.
But then you have Leo Carlson, which Sixton is huge on. Like if they get one of those guys too, and that trio of like top 5 forwards, that would just be nasty for years to come. Same thing with Arizona, though. I mean, you get Bedard and Logan Cooley, and then Geeky as your big body number 3 center.
Like Arizona could be that bad again. I don't know if Seattle is going to be bad enough to be down there.
And they're not on the East Coast to get the NHL lottery luck.
Looks like Oilers are getting close to moving Zach Cassian.
Interesting. I wonder where he would go.
Is he a left shot D?
He's a right winger.
Yeah.
He's a winger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just a big brute.
A fourth liner, right?
Yeah.
Joe?
He was originally drafted by the Sabres as a centerman. Didn't really pan out, obviously, and he's now turned into – he's kind of resurrected his career a little bit because he really, fizzled. Like, I think he had some issues off the ice that could have hindered his career quite a bit, but he at least found himself a role and found himself a niche that he could play with in Edmonton. He brings obviously a really physical style.
Yeah.
And in the right scenario could contribute offensively. But yeah, an animal to play against.
So long off here comes in when Kopi's contract up. I trade for Matthews. I don't know if Toronto would ever do that. But if the Kings don't plan on keeping Kopi until he retires, he should be traded. He's still worth a lot. I think he resigns and he plays third line. I mean, him as just a veteran third line center. I mean, when hopefully Byfield takes that leap and you have Deneau still up there.
Well, and he's worth a lot more to the Kings right now on the Kings than he would be in a trade.
Yeah. From a leadership perspective.
If you had to guess, what do you think his contract would be?
Kopitar? Matthews.
No, Kopitar's on his next one.
What's he making now? Like 11?
11.
He's definitely not getting 11 on his next deal. I don't know.
At 36 years old,
So
you think he's still getting
got
7
2
million?
years.
7 on a 3-year deal, maybe? Does that
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I can see something like that.
I still think that's kind of rich
And
for
I
a
think-
36-year-old, you think?
Yeah, I was thinking
What-
more like in the 5 to 6 range.
Well, I think it depends because, I mean, it's not as if he's this one-dimensional player where once that dimension goes, he's useless. He's so good at both ends that, of course, the offensive side of the game is going to come back. Is going to just continue to kind of go down as he gets a little bit older, but he can still be an effective, third line defensive center, PK guy, and PP guy for that matter, special teams. So I think he could still be a valuable player. It's just a matter. I don't know what that looks like look at Chris Letang, just got $6 million at 35 years old. I don't know. I can see Kopitar getting $6-7 million as a 36-year-old for hopefully not 6 years.
We'll be curious to see to kind of monitor his foot speed because it looked like he definitely lost a step last year. So can he keep up with Fiala and Kempe on that first line?
Is he a free agent the same year as Matthews?
What's that, Jack? Sorry, it's kind of hard to hear you.
Is he a free agent the same year Matthews is?
2 years.
Let's see what Kopitar's got 2 years left.
I think Matthews does as well.
Yeah, they are. Two
Yeah.
2 years for Matthews.
So, I mean, look, I'd love for Kopitar to finish his career as a King, but if you got to let him go to get Austin Matthews, I think that's honestly a no-brainer.
That's and the thing is, we do this, and I know a lot of times as fans we do this. Like people that had the question of, well, why not just give the money to Forsberg rather than trade for Fiala? Well, Forsberg might never hit the market. You know, these guys, it's not a guarantee just because they're projected to be a UFA that they're actually going to be UFA. So, like, they don't always hit the market. So yeah, that would I agree. Like if Matthews is there, but
oh god, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah,
Matthews is going to get like $15 million per year. Like it's going to be insane. He's going to set the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to your point, Joe, we talked about it earlier. I mean, if the Preds and Forsberg are really arguing over $500,000, who's going to cave there, you think?
That's getting done. That's getting done. Right? It has to. If they're that close.
Yeah, you'd think. It seems like he's going to end up staying there. Which I guess kind of maybe answers that question for Nashville, too. Where are they going? I mean, if they're re-signing Forsberg to a big deal, I guess they're trying to contend. But, yeah, they've made some weird moves over the last few years. Kind of hard to know exactly what they're thinking.
Yeah.
Here, Russell, let me see if I can take you out. Let's see if that works. All right. I think if you want to try to leave, you can go ahead because I just took you out and it didn't do anything. He's having audio problems. Let's see. Yeah, that would be a no-brainer, though. I don't know where you get you'd use that 11 million plus whatever other 4 million in.
Yeah, I mean that's most of it right there, the 11 million. And then, I mean, if Matthews is interested in coming to LA, like you can figure out the rest. Like that'd be crazy.
How old? Let's see. How old would he be?
Pretty young. He's going to get the UFA at like 26, I think.
So he is 24. So he'll be 26 when the deal's up.
Yeah, he's a young UFA. He's going to get such a big contract. It's going to be crazy.
Well, I mean, let's see. Yeah, Russell, can you hear now? No.
We can't stall any longer, Russ.
All right, the Blues just took Jimmy Snuggerud.
Oh yeah, USDP, good player.
A lot of US NDP guys going.
Now the USDP guys are starting to go.
Oh, there we go. Reicher's coming in. Reicher coming in here. Arizona will have the cap space. Will he go back home to the United States?
Not if they're playing at Arizona
yeah,
State.
I was just going to say that, Joe. He's not playing in front of 4,500 people.
I've been thinking if Matthews wants to go play closer to home, the best fit for him would be either LA or Vegas because you don't want to play in Arizona for obvious reasons. But if you want to be close to home, but you're playing for an actual team and an actual stadium, LA or Vegas, I think would make a lot of sense for him.
Unless they knock it out of the park with the new Tempe arena.
Yeah, because
they got 2 years to figure it out. 2 years to convince him. To stick place.
Got a trade here, guys. The Leafs traded Peter Mazurek to the Blackhawks.
Okay. So they're good. So the Leafs are without a goalie?
Yeah, Campbell. It doesn't sound like Campbell's going to be back. So they got Mrazek.
They'll probably go after Kemper.
Yep.
Yeah. But is Kemper going to cost less to sign than Campbell?
That's a good question.
Good question.
All these
Probably
Kings,
not.
all
Campbell's
these former
healthy.
Kings backup goalies out here just getting paid.
That's a good question. I don't know. I would just pick whichever one. I don't mind either of them. I would pick whichever one I could get at the better price.
Yeah, I agree. Campbell's he's had some really, I don't know, he started the season really well in Toronto, kind of fell off a bit towards the end. He had an injury in the middle of the year though. I don't know if he was ever quite as good when he came back from that.
What a good name, Snuggerud.
I know.
Yeah, Rutger McGroarty and Jimmy Snuggerud.
Yeah, some real good names in this game.
Oh, you got Snugs coming up the side. That's good. You got a lot of hockey nicknames there.
Some great nickname potential there. Snuggy.
I'm a little surprised. I know they were going to fall the Russians, but I thought Yurov would have gone before Marishnichenko.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, maybe I think it's the fact that Yurov hasn't tried and he's still under contract. Like, I wonder if that was it, where Miroshnichenko has made it known that he wants to come to the States. You know?
Yeah.
How's my mic? Because the fact that I have it way farther away from my
You're
face
good.
than normal.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, you guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
I can hear you.
It's better.
Yep.
So, Zach Cassian, hey?
Where'd he go?
I think Sarah Bali just tweeted it.
Yeah, I didn't see where he went.
Mrazek?
Yeah, the Blackhawks.
So they're without a goalie right now.
When you were working on your mic stuff, I had mentioned that I saw a tweet that the Oilers were trying to trade Cassian. I didn't know to where.
I think it went down, I thought.
So it cost the Leafs had to downgrade from the 25th pick to the 38th.
Cassian's going to Arizona.
Arizona.
He's going to get moved again.
That seems weird.
That does seem weird, huh?
I don't get it from Arizona.
What are they getting a pick to take him off the Oilers' hands?
Good question. I don't know. I haven't seen that yet.
It's actually McDavid and Cassian going to Arizona.
Chicago, I don't even think they're not even hiding it. They're just looking to be the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
It's got to be like Cassian and like a third rounder or something going for like nothing. Edmonton's probably trying to open up space to sign Kane.
What do you think he's going to get? I mean, that
4
playoff
maybe?
performance was pretty good. You
I
don't think he's going to get 6 or 7?
No.
Apparently he's asking for 6 or 7.
He should get it on a 1-year deal. I would give him 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But if he's looking for multiple years, he can go sign it somewhere else.
exactly.
I wonder if listen, the Blackhawks aren't done here. Like, I wonder if Patrick Kane could be somewhere too.
I mean, why wouldn't it be at this point?
But don't you think you can get a 23rd first for Patrick Kane?
Yeah.
I think Kane, they wait till the deadline with him.
Especially if you take half his contract, or he only has got 1 year left, right?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, his contract's going to be a fraction of whatever the season's left.
Yeah, true.
And you could still, and you think of Patrick
No,
Kane, it's going to
you're
be probably one of the.
Minnesota 24th.
Good
Also,
pick.
yeah, they did end up taking a Russian.
So not only did the Blackhawks get Mrazek, but they got the Leafs' 25th overall pick. And they traded it for their own 38th overall pick.
Do the Leafs just give up their first every year to get rid of a bad contract? Like, they did that with. Remember, they traded like Marlowe and like a first to, I think it was like Carolina.
Carolina, yeah.
Now they're trading Mrazek and a
That's-
first to get rid of his contract.
Well, that's crazy too. Look at Daniel Yurov is in the building. He came over
So-
from Russia.
2 years in a row, a player has fallen to Minnesota. Last year it was Wallstead who fell to 20.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah,
about that?
this is-
What about
this is
that thing that Yannetti said that they called like 6 or 7 clubs to get up and try to get Wallstedt last year?
Yeah.
I don't blame him. I mean, Wallstedt, that would have solidified the Kings' future for years. I mean, him and Costa were the best goalies and probably 2 of the best goalies that you're going to see for some time. I don't even know if there's. I was hearing about Wallsted's name for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Well, he was the youngest player to ever play in the SHL since what's his name? The left shot defenseman from Tampa Bay.
Sergachev.
No,
I'm
the
not
older
about
guy.
something, Brandon.
The older guy.
Hedman?
What? Yeah, Hedman. He was the youngest player to play in the SHL since Hedman. Like, I was fine with them getting Wallstedt at 8. Like,
No.
Yeah.
Yep. I think once they saw Clark fall to 8, I think because a lot of people probably had him maybe going top 5.
yeah.
I'm sure they probably had to grab him. Although I would have liked Dylan Gunther too if he was still there.
Me too.
Ooh, a trade. Oh, is it probably one of these?
The Mrazek deal.
Well, as much as we gave him crap for the DeBrincat trade, 3 first-round picks is a hell of a start to a rebuild.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, they moved up. They moved up 13 picks. They still had to give up their second rounder. I mean, it's still you get a first rounder.
Well, I mean, they picked 39th though too, so they were about to pick back to back, 38 and 39.
Dude, Chicago's just going to absorb contracts. They're going to go with the Arizona Coyotes strategy right now.
Yeah.
They're tanking.
Yeah.
They're all in on Bedard or Mishkov next year.
Yeah.
Or
Tank
Adam
hard for
Bedard.
Bedard.
Yeah.
It'll be Pete Mrazek and Kevin Lankinen.
What a tandem. Mrazek was just like, I watch, living in Toronto, I watch, some Leafs games, with friends and stuff. Mrazek, every game Mrazek played, there was just one goal that like literally just made you laugh. It was great.
God, man, the Blackhawks just tried to go for it one more time and just couldn't do it. Even the Tyler Johnson deal didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, now they're stuck with Seth Jones until the sun explodes.
Oh, I was telling the other guys it didn't make a whole lot of sense after they just finally got rid of Keith, and then they lashed themselves to that deal.
So the pick they got for DeBrincat was 1 pick lower than the one they gave up to get Jones.
Seth Jones is making more money than Cale Makar for longer.
Oh my god!
I can't believe how bad of a deal that was.
Ooh, shots fired right here from Renee. If Chicago wants bad contracts, maybe the Kings should trade Cal Petersons.
Not yet.
It is
We're
a big
going
year, though, for Cal.
to give Cal a mulligan on this past season.
This is it. Yeah, like Ryan's just said, this is a year.
It's a big year.
He
His
doesn't-
contract extension kicks in. Probably needs to.
He's got to play like a $5 million goalie next year.
And it's not that he has to like be the number one, I think, yet. I mean, you could probably still split, but he has to be good during his time.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I said last year that he needed to be the one. So I'm not going to go back again. He's really got to take a big step here. I mean, he showed spurts, right? Like he played what? It was the back-to-back. I think he played. I was at the game in Buffalo. He shut out Buffalo, and then I believe he played the next night in Boston.
That's the overtime winner.
Yes, and he was really, really good in both games. Like he had stretches last year where he
had that stretch after the New Year of I forget how many games, but he looked really good, and then he tailed off again in March and April when Jonathan Quick kind of just became the apparent starter leading into the playoffs.
Yeah, well, and Quick did have legitimately had a pretty good year. Like
he did.
So that did kind of like take away Cal's opportunity to kind of get some consistent playing time and get into a groove. Towards the end of the year when they were battling to a playoff spot, like at that point, Quick was pretty much just starting every game.
Is Jonathan Taves healthy enough to play? Like, is he going to be a long-term IR kind of trade? You think?
He played most of last season.
Yeah, he just wasn't productive. It wasn't productive.
He didn't have a good year, but he did play.
You can see Chicago taking like half the contracts just to get top picks.
Oh yeah.
Like Taves is on a 1-year deal. I think he's still
both of their deals expire after next year.
Someone will take him.
Yeah, Jack. Both those guys.
That's a reach right there.
Who'd they take?
Sam Rinzel. Not even in the top 32 in any ranking.
That feels like a reach.
Yeah, they traded up to get him.
He probably could have got him at 38.
Yeah.
So they trade up to get that defenseman, and then they trade up, which I like Kaczynski, but
that was higher than I thought he was going to go.
McKenzie has him at 31.
Okay. How are you getting Minnesota high school hockey footage in those small rinks? It looks like beer league.
Dude, Minnesota high school hockey, it's like Texas football.
Yeah.
No Minnesota hockey rink is millions of dollars.
Ooh, I don't know. They played at their championships where the Wild play. But yeah, they don't have what football has in Texas. So they throw money at those programs.
There are Pop Warner stadiums out here that are over $1 million. So, number one high school prospect. Goofy looking dude.
It's crazy seeing kids as somebody that coaches high school in Western New York. It is crazy to see kids get drafted right out of high school into the NHL in the first round.
Yeah.
No less.
You think the Leafs traded this pick so they could finally say they got out of the first round?
Yeah.
Ouch. That was a good one.
I'm still not really sure I'm understanding the casting to Arizona.
Yeah, I think we need more. There's got to be a pick going to Arizona.
Yeah, is there any details on that trade yet other than Cassian Arizona?
I haven't seen anything.
Did they just trade for Cassian to protect all their young players? Because
maybe.
Cassian was making $3.2 million. Wow.
Well,
and for 2 more years.
Going to buy him out if they couldn't trade him. So I guess it makes sense.
That could be like a second rounder going over to Arizona.
I mean, they just moved 2 of them to get up into the top 11. So Montreal, 20-pick 26.
Yeah, I wonder what they're looking at here.
We just saw Mrazek get traded kind of for a first rounder. You think Edmonton traded their 29th overall pick to get rid of Cassian? Yeah, just came in. Cassian to Arizona with number 29, a future second and a future third. Oh my!
Whoa!
For for number 32. So so they traded.
They can move up one spot.
They moved 3 picks back. Edmonton did, and they traded away a second and a third. Man, that's a
Wait. The Oilers traded, Cassian and 3 picks.
For what?
They move back. They move back 3 spots, and then they trade a second and a third.
Yeah. Okay.
And the number 29.
Yeah, they have 29.
Cassian, obviously.
Arizona gave up 32.
Yeah, Cassian's there to punch Trevor Zegras if he tries to look. That's his role in Arizona.
Tyson Nash would love that.
Yeah, Tyson Nash demanded this trade be made.
Hey, Jack, did you see? I tagged you in it. Did you see Shane Wright staring down Montreal's draft table?
Yeah, I saw that. I know. I saw him making the face. Is that for sure? He was making that at Montreal's draft table. Because he could have been staring down New Jersey or Arizona too at that point. Like, it's not like the Habs were the only team who passed on him.
Think the Habs go Lambert here?
Interesting. I don't know. I think they take a forward, probably another forward, probably. I kind of like that
former top 5 pick.
I kind of like that forward from the Steelheads, like Luca Delbaluz. I wouldn't mind seeing them take him here. I think he's still available.
Isaac Howard's still available. That's another good name.
Yeah.
Nathan Gotcher.
So it's Kulich.
That's a good one. Man, so they traded a haul to get rid of pretty much a second and a third to get rid of Cassian.
Well, they got to get a goalie. They need the cap space, and I guess
they got to get a goal.
They probably want to try and I don't know. The Evander Kane thing's so weird because it's like he could, like they got a rule on that soon because if he's going to be San Jose, like if they're going to reinstate that contract, like
yeah, that's true.
Teams got to know what's going on there.
Kings are just sitting around for 3 hours, just chilling.
They're going to zoom in on Rob Blake, and he's just slumped over in his chair.
Another Slovak, Philip Massar.
Philip Massar. Man, the Slovaks are just...
Yeah, big draft for them.
Yeah.
Top 2 picks for Slovakia.
It's going to be an interesting World Juniors with some of these young players in Slovakia. That should be a team to watch.
Yeah, that will be actually. That's going to be a very interesting team to watch next month.
It's crazy that starts next month.
I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm going to be in Calgary while the World Juniors are going on. So I'm thinking I maybe should try and get up to Edmonton, maybe see a game.
You're going to be close, Jack.
Yeah.
I wonder if the Coyotes keep Cassian or they buy him out.
He could be a piece. I mean, he's got what? He's 2 years left.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if he's somebody that could be of value at the deadline. I guess they probably could use I don't know what their issues, if they're going to have issues getting to the cap floor and just fielding a roster.
Uh-huh. Man, the Canadians had a haul this first round.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job. I think I like what they did. So there's what? San Jose, Buffalo, Arizona, Winnipeg, and then what? Tampa and
Edmonton. Oh man, I'd love to see Arizona take a flyer on Lambert.
I'd like that for them.
I can see the Sharks going with him.
Oh, that's cool. They're showing a picture now of on the Sportsnet broadcast of like Massara and Slavkovsky when they were like kids in Slovakia. Apparently, they've known each other a long time.
Oh,
Even better.
Oh, that makes a ton of sense. Hey, Montreal did pretty well today.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see who's kind of like left over after the first round. Some of the guys that maybe should have gone first round.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the more, I'd say, like unpredictable drafts.
Definitely.
Recently.
Yeah.
Like everyone's mock draft just got thrown in the shredder. A lot of guys are going to be available tomorrow who people thought were going to go today.
Yeah, I all the more reason where I think the Fiala trade was even better. Like if there was a deal, if there's ever a year to trade your first, this was it. I mean, I guess in hindsight, Miroshnichenko was there. No idea if the Kings even, liked him or would have been interested in him. But I don't. I'm not losing sleep over not getting any of these guys, frankly.
I think the Kings also got kind of lucky too, because I'm sure in terms of draft capital, the Wild probably could have done a little bit better, maybe gotten a little bit higher of a pick. But the fact that Brock Faber's a Minnesota kid,
yeah,
that had to play into their decision making. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna get Brock Faber out of this. He's gonna captain the Minnesota Gophers. Like, you can easily sell that to your fan base.
And I think too, because they're up against it. Minnesota is because of the situations with the buyouts and stuff too. But yeah, they're a team that still wants to win some hockey games. They're not necessarily looking to blow it up. So I don't think that a purely like what Chicago was looking for was just give me draft picks, right? Not even interested in prospects necessarily, just give me draft picks. Where Minnesota, Brock Faber is not far. He's going to play in the NHL probably next year when the season, when his college season's over. So it's a move for the future, but at least they could still get a defenseman that could impact them in the pretty near future too. That helps them.
Yeah,
so
and they couldn't get someone making much money because of
exactly
the situation. So you get someone who's young, you get them on an entry level deal once the college season's over next year. And I mean, it's a great story. He's grew up in Minnesota, captained the Gophers. Now he's going to play for the Wild. Like, that's a great story.
Yep.
And he's a legitimate prospect too. So, I hope he does well in Minnesota.
Maybe,
I mean, it sucks like for Minnesota, like to have to move on from Fiala, but good for the Kings.
Yeah, the Minnesota just had to make the best of a bad situation. Like,
yep.
It's not often like it's almost like a trade you would see like a rebuilding team make. You're trying to win now. They had like 113 points last year.
Exactly.
You're trading probably your second best offensive player after Kaprizov. Not because you want to, but because the salary cap, just the situation there, and didn't have much choice. So, yeah, I mean, they made the best of a bad situation, and I think it could be a trade that works out well for both teams.
Yep. Yeah, it's got that win-win feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done well today. Who'd they pick with that? With 19, I forget now who it was, but then they got Yurov at 24. So
They
they've
got
done
Liam Ogren 19th.
Ogren. That's right.
Yeah. So yeah, good day for them. Get
Yeah.
the 2
Maybe Blake told Faber just, hey, I'm going to trade you, but don't sign in Minnesota. We'll sign you when you're done with college.
Yeah. That'll be the last trade Bill Guerin makes.
Yeah, exactly. The old Milan Lucic, just come here for 1 year and then leave.
I mean, he's kind of moved his value with all the levels he's played at to almost a first round value. So you can kind of consider it 2 firsts for Fiala at that point. But the good thing is they didn't move out any NHL assets.
Yeah, you took nobody off the roster, nobody who was going to be on the team next year, and you added a guy who would have been the leading scorer. Like that's it's a great move for the Kings for sure.
And again, it's just dealing from position to strength.
Exactly. They had to move out.
No brainer.
Like not all those guys. You don't have room for all those guys.
No.
And we saw this year, with Doughty and Walker being injured, like we saw how important depth is. But even with moving Faber out, they still have a ton of depth on the right side.
And we were talking earlier, Jack, like I personally, and I know Randon and I, we've talked about this a lot on various pods, like we don't always agree with it, but like for me, I probably had Faber 4th among right shot D-men on the Kings. Like I have Clark, Helge Grans, and then Jordan Spence, and then Brock Faber. And then I didn't even mention Sean Durzi and how well he played this year. So like,
I agree with that. Yeah, I didn't see like a path really for Faber to be like one of the top 3 right-handed shooting defensemen on the Kings like anytime soon.
No, me neither.
Unless they moved out a couple other guys and then Faber moves up. But again, I'd rather trade Faber than Brandt Clark. I'd maybe still rather trade him than Helge Grans. So.
For sure.
And that's nothing against Faber, who I think is a solid prospect, but I just you're dealing from position of strength, and you had to move someone.
Yep.
It's an interesting pick by the Sharks. I like it.
Bystad, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is Helge Grans is one to keep an eye on for this upcoming year too. Like we saw what Jordan Spence did. He kind of lit the world on fire and he showed pretty well in LA. Grans is a little bit more of a project, but boy, he looks like, I don't know if I think Helge Grans can be a top 4 defenseman in the NHL in the relatively near future. Maybe not like next year, the year after, but look 3 years out like this, he could be a player. I'm a big fan of his.
Yeah.
Even Rob Blake mentioned Sean Durzi. If it wasn't, I mean, with his breakout year, that made it so much easier to trade Faber. I don't think anybody, like, I mean, you look at just watching Sean Durzi last season in Ontario, the year before, no one expected him to be a pretty decent NHL defenseman. That kind of surprised all of us, and it probably surprised management too after the year he had in Ontario.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when you have a player like that come out, it's like, I'm sure, it's like, now, like, you almost have to trade a right shot defenseman.
Where do you think they go here in Buffalo there, Joe?
I think Isaac Howard is who they should go with. That's my pick.
Isaac Howard or Jagger?
Yeah.
You said you like the small, shifty players.
So I have a buddy of mine who is really unhappy right now with Savoy because he doesn't want small players. He's not on board with that. But Buffalo tends to do that. So I guess we'll see. Like this Philip Bystad would have been somebody that would have been nice to see in Buffalo, but I'm going to say Isaac Howard.
Jagger Furcus seems like an Edmonton pick, like that shifty small guy like they have with Yamamoto.
Can see that.
See the Kings trade up and so pick one of these players. Why not?
Lane Hudson, he's my guy. Find a way to get him in.
So you guys have talked about him quite a bit. Let's hear your reasoning why you like Lane Hudson so much.
So I think when you look at he's just such an elite talent, and he's produced at an extremely high level. And I know he's small, but we're seeing guys that you don't have to be that big anymore these days to be effective. I mean, Quinn Hughes is only a couple inches taller than him. So as Brandon's talked about with these reports about his doctors, he could still grow a couple of inches, even if he grows 1 inch and he gets to 5'9". Like I'm a little less concerned about that. If he's going to be a project a little bit, take a little bit of time, that's fine. If you've got a guy that is this talented, this good of a skater, this elite offensively already, like he's putting up numbers that not that many defensemen at his age and his level have done and have put up.
Mm-hmm.
And if this kid was 5'10", he'd been picked an hour and a half ago. So that's really, I'm just looking at the skill set, and I want to take if I'm taking a chance on a guy in a second round, I'm going to try to hit a home run, and he could be a home run. He could be nothing because of his size. Maybe it really is that big of a detriment. But when you look at his skating and how productive he's been as a player growing up so far, I would love to have it in the organization. And it doesn't hurt that he's a left shot D.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that the Kings desperately need.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of always drafting for need, but I think he's also best player available, and so
best talent. He's the best talent available, I will say. I think that's.
Yeah, I think the fact that like we were talking about on the draft show, like why we all liked Ivan as our pick at 20 was the vast upside, and we have the prospect pool to take a swing. Like if you could get a guy who Chris Peters said would have definitely been a top 10 and maybe top 5 pick if he was 5'10", like you're looking at that vast talent, and if he can grow and you're able to get that, like I just think it's massive. So this is the pick that they got for Simon Reinhart.
Yeah, this will be Florida's pick, I believe.
I still like Lamoureux. I think it's hard to find those 6'6" defensemen.
Yeah. Yep.
It's hard to find them because they don't often make it in the league.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the Kings aren't really in a position to draft for need. Just draft best available.
Right now, Brad Lambert's the one that's interesting. Like, just start the season as a top 5 pick. Huh?
They took who?
Yuri Kulik.
All right. Yeah, I like that pick for them.
Another center.
Well, yeah, center, but he plays wing too, and he has the best one-timer in the draft, according to Chris Peters.
Yeah, well, they just showed one of his reps here at the junior. Yeah, she's got a good shot. I kind of like the way they're doing this, actually. Like, obviously, it's not the way they usually do it, but having the World Juniors a month after the draft is honestly really cool. Because all these players you just saw your team draft, you can now watch them at the World Juniors. Like, that's gonna be fun.
Mm-hmm. I can see Edmonton grabbing Lambert. One of these teams that are a little bit more solidified.
Take that chance.
I mean, you put Lambert with McDavid.
You put anyone with Lambert.
Exactly. True.
You couldn't find any more speed if you tried with Lambert and McDavid.
Yeah. Oh. I've seen enough Connor McDavid for a while after that series, I think.
Man, I'm just a little worried about the Pacific next year. It's going to be pretty stacked. It's going to be
interesting.
I think a little bit tougher this year.
Hopefully Calgary helps the Kings out, though, and they lose out on bringing back Goudreau, and maybe they end up having to deal Kachuk. That would make things a little bit easier.
That would make things a lot easier.
I don't see them being able to sign both. Unless they get rid of like Lucic's deal somehow, and even maybe like a Coleman, or I don't know.
I don't know if it was true. I saw a report that Calgary's offer to Gaudreau is like 9.5 per, which just seems like such a low ball. Like,
think so?
Yeah, I mean, I think Gaudreau had 110 something points last year. Like, he's like, he's their best player, I think. I don't know. It's like, I feel like it's got to start with a 10 his next deal. Someone's going to give him that.
We're just thinking, I mean, Gaudreau's going to be 29 when the season starts too, so he's not like necessarily that young, but
he did just have his best season though. So
yeah, so I mean, maybe this is his prime.
Yeah,
he had 99 points too a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's just like that's going to be so tough.
Oh, another trade.
Ooh, what do we got here?
This is the Cassian deal. So Arizona's up to 29 now. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
So the picks are in 24 and 25.
Sorry?
So the second round pick is in 2025.
Oh, wow.
For Cassian, jeez.
Yeah, the Arizona gets the second round pick in 2048. And
yeah, that's like an NBA trade. You see in the NBA, they trade draft picks like 15 years in advance. It's crazy.
Second round pick in 3 years from now.
Like I'm reading like these trade proposals for like Kevin Durant, and it's like, well, they'll give him a 2027 pick and a 2029 pick. I'm like, the GM's not going to be there by then. What does he care?
Neither is Kevin Durant.
Yeah, exactly.
This number 4 on the best available, I haven't heard him mentioned at all. Gleb Tritasov.
I can't say I know a lot about him.
McKenzie has him 57th overall.
So I see him anywhere from 8th on Smart Scouting all the way to 57 by Bob McKenzie. So
Kallio Delius is one we talked about, another Swede that we talked about with Sixton.
Yeah. Defenseman.
So on McKenzie's board, the best ones that are available are Lambert, Isaac Howard, and
Wheeler had Isaac Howard at 12 in his ranking.
Oh, really? And did Chesley get picked? Ryan Chesley?
No.
I think it's another one left.
But Wheeler and Proman were both saying next year's draft, like that. We were talking about the tier broke off around like 10 to 13. They said next year's draft is like 20 to 28. Like it's just there's so many solid guys, and I've heard as close to 4 people would be number 1 in this draft.
Really?
Yeah.
So like,
I think that. Yeah, I mean, how many first round picks next year have you seen dealt?
That's true.
I haven't really heard of many.
I mean, Florida traded theirs for Ben Sherrod, but that's another story.
Jeez,
worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, because you have Mitchkov. Ooh, okay, here we go. There's a rumor mill here. Mr. Ruiz comes in. Do you think the Oilers move Cassian to trade for Kane and make a push?
I think they moved.
Oh, to sign Kane. Sorry, is this Patrick Kane or is this
probably Evander?
Probably Evander. They moved Cassian to free up some money. Now, whether it's for Kane or for a goalie, I don't know. And I think at the right term, I won't even say the right price. I'll say the right term, Evander Kane is a good get, but I can't imagine anybody signing him to more than like a 2-year deal. So I would say their priority probably right now is between the pipes. And
say Kane's contract with the Sharks gets like reinstated, like they win that grievance, and there's 4 or 5 years left on it. Are they going? They're probably. I assume they're going to try to trade that. They don't want anything to do with Kane. Like, are they going to have a lot of trouble trading him, or did he like build up his value enough with how well he played in Edmonton?
The guy that you want went to Arizona.
Lamoureux went there.
He's going to be such a good player. He was one of the studs of the scouting combine. Man, Arizona did so good this first round.
Maverick Lamoureux.
6'6". He's strong. He can skate. I mean,
they just showed him hitting someone into the boards and just.
He's 6'7". Jesus Christ.
6'7". Yeah, just a monster. I mean, he's a little skinny, but I mean, still young. Put on a little weight. And
he'll grow into his frame, and he'll just
He could probably put on 50 pounds from what it looks like right there.
Yeah. He's built like Kevin Durant right now.
Did you see that picture of the high schooler that's supposed to be? It's football, but he's going to be a part of the 2025 recruiting class, and he's 14, and he's 6'4", 278. I was like, holy crap! Like this kid is massive defensive lineman.
Yeah, that can't be fun to go up against. You're like some, junior offensive lineman. You're trying to hold this guy back.
Balls haven't even dropped yet, and this guy's just.
That's tough.
So Arizona comes out of the first round with Logan Cooley, Connor Geeky, and Maverick Lamoureux.
I like it.
Jeez. Then you tank this year and get like another.
Yep.
Add that with.
I like this stat. Led his team in 69 penalty minutes.
Nice.
So there was a question I was throwing, and you guys are one of the fans about. Maybe it's Jack about will they have trouble trading him? Yeah, I think they will because it's the term, it's the years.
Mm-hmm.
That's the issue.
Yeah,
I just don't know who wants to sign up for that many years of a headache. I think a team will do it on a 1 year. I think a team will do it on a short deal because
he's getting some pub because he's from Quebec.
But, yeah, I think like on a 1 year deal like in Edmonton where he kind of knows he's got to behave himself. Like he's a great player and he's gonna. But yeah, you just know if you commit too long, like San Jose did, you just know he's gonna get himself into some nonsense at some point. Like.
Yeah, Carter comes in. Russell, no hat. No wonder this draft day was crazy. Welcome in, Carter.
Able to show it off a little bit, but yeah, I'll bring a hat next time just for you, Carter.
Loyal listener, Carter scores.
I got a little flack for my Dodger hat, but I'm a Dodger fan.
Carter was battling with me with West Coast hockey last night. We were going 2-on-1, toe to toe.
West Coast hockey, it's a passionate guy. He's doesn't give up easily. It's good though. It's good.
Gotta have passionate fans.
Yeah, I mean, we all want to see the Kings do well, and we all have our opinions. And as long as we keep everything civil, it's just
I just have to sleep. And I know West Coast hockey would drink energy drinks until the sun came up. Argument. So sometimes you got to call it. Nav comes in. How was it, boys? Well, I mean, we're at 3 hours, 49 minutes of this stream. Lots of trades. I think it's lived up to expectations this draft as far as surprises, trades, surprise picks. I think it's been a good entertainment. And I feel like for the draft to be back live in front of fans and everything like that, I think Montreal got their share of ups and downs. I think multiple trades. I think a lot of the good stuff happened. It was a good draft to watch.
Yeah, Montreal did really well. Arizona did really well. Ottawa, obviously,
Columbus.
with DeBrincat. Columbus did well.
Chicago traded away all their good players to reach for other players.
Chicago did terribly. I mean, it's been a good day for hockey. I mean, even at the beginning of the day, at the start of the day, it just started with Georgiev going to Colorado. So
yeah,
I mean, we've had stuff going on. You had the Letang deal. We've had Cassian out of Arizona. There's been trades all day. I think tomorrow will be even more so. I don't think it's ended yet. You always see teams start reaching, and then that's when the Kings start making their moves. Who knows how Yannetti's going to approach this draft? It could be another kind of trade up and pick the player that they want and kind of go there, quantity over quality, or trade back down. Who knows? I mean, I think the Kings can kind of go either way. I don't really see. I mean, it should be interesting.
I really like, and I gotta commend ESPN. Like the aesthetics and like how the crispness of this broadcast. I've really enjoyed it. Like the little excerpts with the players and stuff like that. I think they've done a good job.
ESPN got a lot of flack this year, and most of it was because of the announcers. But I mean, the accessibility to games and it's just been so good, especially for the league. I mean, when there's a game on that I want to watch, it's on ESPN
It's on.
Plus.
Yep.
There's a way to watch it.
That was huge. Wow. That was huge.
Yeah,
I do think they could use some help with their broadcast. I think outside of
the ESPN Plus grew the game, right? Like the NHL stream service was over $130, and now you have to pay $6 a month for ESPN Plus. That's
I think it was definitely great. I mean I love listening to Ray Ferraro's great. I think Kevin Weeks.
Oh, Lambert went to the Jets.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
That's an interesting pick for Winnipeg.
Still no Howard.
A lot of who's an awesome the crowd there.
Well, I guess he's not following the Kings after all.
Be interesting to see where the goalies start going.
Third round.
When was the last time there wasn't a goalie in the first round? I think it's been a while.
Yeah, well, a couple of years. Last year was Wallstedt. Year before it was Askarov. There's been some highly touted goalies the last couple of years, but
Lambert's there too. Does not look very happy. This is going to be an interesting player to watch for Winnipeg.
I came back to sit down there, Russell, and it looked like you were chugging a bottle of Ciroc. I was like, all right, Russell's finally coming into his own.
It's been an almost 4-hour stream. It's time to get the party started.
Hey, I'm on beer 4. I get it. Yeah, it'll be interesting because, like I said, rated in the top 5. It would have been – I know the Islanders traded their pick, but it would have been interesting to see if they would have picked him at 13 if they still had it because his dad was the coach.
13th overall pick for Romanov is a very interesting trade for the Islanders.
Where was Romanov picked?
He was a second-round pick by the Habs, I want to say in 2018. And he was a very highly touted prospect, but he kind of struggled a bit. He was a healthy scratch for pretty much their whole playoff run to the final last year. And then he kind of struggled to start this year, picked it up a bit towards the end of the year. I mean, I get seeing, he's still young, there's still potential there, but give up the 13th overall pick for him I was surprised by that.
I think that's a good get from Montreal there, especially, what they turned it into.
Yeah.
Ruiz comes back in here now that hockey's off of Sportsnet or NBC Sportsnet. Who had the better broadcast team, ESPN or TNT?
TNT's studio is light years better than ESPN's studio. It's just
and they also have Eddie Olczyk in the booth too. I love Eddie. I think he does a good job. TNT was excellent.
ESPN's got some work to do. Like I said, I think they got some people that I like, but I don't know. I don't know if there's any play-by-play person that ESPN has that I like.
So, like, when you go for these names, like, I'm talking more about like the shows and like the intermission reports. And when you go for these like just hockey, with great hockey players, like they had Chris Chelios and Mark Messier. It's like
I didn't get into that.
Their names are great, but the personality. I mean, Chelios and Messier just felt like robots, just kind of like
Paul Bissonnette was
exactly
a huge signing.
Yeah, Paul Bissonnette. I mean, you have Hall of Famers in Messier and Chelios on one end, and then on the other end you have Paul Bissonnette. People are like watching Bissonnette more than they do the other broadcast teams.
Because like it matters, you have to be able to have some sort of person. And it's not easy. Like I thought Chelios at times was okay, but by and large, I agree. Like the TNT studio was so much better. And yeah, I mean, Biz, like, because he wasn't afraid to light something on fire if he had to, right? Because, you know, Gretzky is Gretzky. He's going to be a little bit more subdued. Tocchet was pretty good. I thought some of the stuff they did, you know, with the sticks and the net, like it was, I know they're trying and they're going to work this out and it'll only get better, I think. So some of it wasn't great, but I definitely liked where they were going. I don't know, ESPN, I don't know, like none of the shows I loved. I don't know. I definitely preferred TNT.
Carter Scores is 3 hours and 40 minutes late to this thing, but he's asking what we thought of Shane Wright dropping to Seattle.
It's good for Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, Wright and Beniers to build a franchise isn't the worst thing. I mean,
yeah.
Do you think that Wright is the next big first round bust, like top 5 bust?
Well, apparently some teams think he is.
At least 3 teams do.
There's a little bit of like Nolan Patrick vibes there, right? Where like for so long leading up to the draft, he was like the consensus top pick, and then kind of slid, and then eventually didn't end up going 1. And you know, Patrick only slid to 2. And you know, in hindsight, I'm sure Philly wishes they would have taken Makar, but yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's, you know, Wright's, we're not going to call him a bust before he's even played a game in the NHL yet, but it's he's definitely got something to prove. I mean, clearly some of the shine is coming off from when he was, you know, the exceptional status to the OHL.
Well, look at that belt buckle from Isaac Howard.
It finally got taken.
So you want to Tampa?
Yeah, dude, his favorite player is Kucherov, so that makes sense.
Yeah, the thing with Wright too is, I think it would be okay for Seattle to let him go back to the OHL, and for him, if he's able to put up like 120 points in the OHL and just light it up without Chromiak and Edmonds and just say, hey, look what I was able to do.
Yeah.
I think that's what some of the
people were kind of saying. It's like, well, if you're the first overall, like, why aren't you putting up like dominant numbers, like 2 points per game in the OHL? And, you know, people who like Wright will say, well, he's a 200-foot player. He's not just focusing on offense. Like he's, you know,
that's why I think you could play him on the third line. Like I think he's defensively sound enough to play him on the third line his first year.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of Patrice Bergeron comparisons with him. So if he ends up being anything close to that, he's going to be an unbelievable player for Seattle for a long time.
Yeah, I think even if he is, I mean, I don't think that means that they shouldn't have picked him, because at this, what we know today and what teams know today about these players, I mean, across the board, he was universal. Even if he wasn't 1, like he was in that top 2 or 3. So it was a no-brainer pick for Seattle at 4. If it doesn't work, I don't think that means it was a bad pick per se. I think they made the right call. and that's a pretty good 1-2 punch.
Arsenio comes in saying that Howard looks like he's ready for Miami Vice with that chain, perfect for the
Yeah, he
Florida
does,
vibe.
He does.
The collar neck, yeah.
This guy's already a Florida man.
Turtleneck. I know, right? Yeah, and I think also with Wright at 2, I don't think a lot of people saw the Devils taking him. I mean, maybe Arizona, that was kind of interesting with Cooley there, but a lot of people liked Cooley too more than Wright. And then,
well, a lot of the talk was that the Devils really wanted Slavkovsky, and some people thought that if the Habs had taken him, they might end up even trading out of that 2 pick. But they ended up keeping it, and they went with Nemec, and I think that's a good pick for them. I think they kind of need that stud on the blue line. It's.
I mean, they have Dawson. Isn't it Dawson Mercer, Hughes, and Nico Hischier? Like they have their 1, 2, 3 there. Like I know you can move one of those guys, but
Hamilton signed on the blue line, who's going to be there a long time. But now you got that young defenseman as well. I thought that was a good pick for them, and I'm sure it's tough for Wright, who envisioned himself going first overall a long time. He ended up going 4th, but just use that as motivation, I guess, if you're him.
Yeah, he gave that death stare twice.
Yeah, so clearly he's fired up.
Someone interviewed Wright right before this all started. He was like, "Would you want to go number 1 overall?" And I need to go back and find that because his answer wasn't like, "Oh, I'm ready. I'm willing to go wherever." It was something along the lines of like, "Yeah, I would like to go number 1 overall."
He was like publicly begging the Habs to take him first overall. He's like, "I want to go first overall. I want to play in Montreal." He was like saying all this stuff, and then they still passed on him. So it's like that's got to be tough.
That's probably tough on him.
Yeah,
but no, I think that's a great start for Seattle. That's a gift.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be in the World Juniors coming up, so that'll be a nice spot to kind of prove yourself. I mean, a couple of these guys now too. I mean, like you said, Jack, it's interesting now that you have the World Juniors like right after this. Like, okay, now we get to a quick evaluation of how all these players are, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh man, Shane Wright put up 20 points in the World Juniors," and
I have a feeling Shane Wright's going to be fired up for Canada versus Slovakia in the World Juniors next month.
I don't even know if Slavkovsky will even be there. Like he played in the World Men's and he played in the Olympics. Like what is he like? What does he got to prove? Like he knows he's going to start in Montreal next season.
Yeah,
I wouldn't go to World Juniors and risk injury.
They're going to beg him to go though.
Slovakia or the Habs?
Slovakia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if he's like, "Hey, I want to focus on Habs training camp and making the team," like that's understandable. But I'm sure they're also going to be like, Slovakia's going to be saying, "Hey, we have a chance to have like our best
win a
team.
medal." Yeah,
we have a chance to have like our best team ever at this tournament, like with you and Nemec. Like, come on, like. So
and Philip Nazar,
yeah, it'll be interesting to see what his decision is there. All right, last pick of the first round here for the Oilers. I'm so glad they're going back to these old jerseys.
Oh, way better.
Oh my God. The ones they had, the orange and navy, it's just terrible.
So ESPN's best available Lane Hudson is 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, go get him tomorrow, LA.
Player I want in one of the middle rounds is Lucas Edmonds.
Yeah, you said that the other day. Yeah.
Yeah, I want them to take a flyer on him because, I mean, if you're going to have Chromiak starting out in Ontario next year, why not have his line mate playing right with him in Ontario? It just makes so much sense. And, I mean, even if Edmonds doesn't even pan out to be an NHLer, I mean, he's still a home run pick. 113 points in the OHL as an overager. It's not. I mean,
Reed Schaefer.
Don't know this guy at all. He doesn't look that happy either.
Look, you guys better put me on McDavid's line.
Arsenio, the Kings will win. We play the Knights in the home opener. We should win. We have to win.
Easy.
It'll be another 5-2 game like it was this season.
Yeah, just like last year. Start off with a big
I'm sure we'll have maybe our next pod will be a schedule breakdown or something. But it's just weird to have this home opener be the same thing as last year. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, the Dallas. There's only one Dallas game, and that's November 1st.
And so one home game with Anaheim. That's strange.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
they don't only have one home game with Anaheim.
Mm-hmm.
How is that possible?
They play each other 3 times. Playing 3 games against the Ducks, and 2 of them are in Anaheim.
Mm-hmm.
How is that possible?
Only one game in San Jose.
I'm sorry. The Ducks should not be coming to LA as many times as like the Hurricanes are.
That's a bizarre schedule.
Yeah, I know.
Crazy.
What's
it
wrong
should
with
be at least 4 times, 2 and 2.
Yeah, like at the bare minimum, you should be playing them 4 times.
Like that's what rivalries are for.
Yeah. And there was a while where like they were playing their division rivals like 8 times a year, and that was a bit much. But I feel like they've gone like too far in the other direction now, where it's like you're only playing Anaheim 3 times a year, and you're playing Buffalo twice. Like it's
the argument is, do you want fans to be able to get a chance to see every player in the NHL,
Mm-hmm.
or do you want to build a rivalry and create more games against your division rivals? And I can see the argument for the having East Coast teams come here to LA, but it's like that doesn't create as much. I mean, look at all of a sudden the Kings have a huge rivalry with Edmonton now, just over one playoff series.
So that's the thing, though. That comes in the playoffs. Though at the end of the day, the playoffs are going to really drive home those rivalries. So, which is still going to be the case. You're still playing your division in playoffs, so the rivalries, I think. Yes, they're there in the regular season, but I think, especially with Anaheim and San Jose, those rivalries are so like deep rooted that I don't think those are going anywhere. And Vegas came on real quick, so I don't think any of those 3 rivalries are really going anywhere. And I think they only get stronger the more you play in playoffs. So I kind of lean on I'm okay with how it is, and your rivalries are made.
But when the Kings were garbage the last couple of years, like the rivalry with Doughty and Kachuk and Calgary, like it stirred fans on. Like you need that kind of stuff. Like I don't know. I'm for the let's play the division like 6 times. Like because I really don't care about playing Ottawa or whoever. Like
especially when you have this divisional playoff format. Like it doesn't make sense to have like such a balanced schedule. You know what I mean?
Like you said, Joe, there's a rivalry now against Edmonton, but now we only play them 3 times this year.
Right.
So it's like
it is weird that you go into the divisional playoffs, yet you've taken away divisional games. That is a little.
It's like, what are you trying to do here?
Right.
All right, we've gone 4 hours here. That's
a new record, folks.
I think that's a new record. Let's just end it. Let's do the winners. Who do you guys think won? Is your big winner for the first round of the draft? Let's start with you, Randon.
Based on the picks, I like and like the maneuvering. I like Montreal. I mean, I like Slavkovsky. I like Nazar. The way they went. I mean, Arizona seemed like they moved up and got the guys that they wanted. But like having 7 total picks could have really influxed their prospect pool. I guess they replenished some of that with the Cassian trade in a decade from now when they want to make that 2nd round pick. But I don't know. I think Montreal just like they hosted the draft. They had the fans there. They had intrigue. They had the number 1 overall pick. I think the winners was Montreal in this just overall for the whole thing.
How about you, Joe?
Probably would have gone Montreal, but just for the heck of it, I'll say I really like what Minnesota did. They used Liam Bishop with the Kings pick, which I think is a really big-bodied, good skating defenseman, and getting Danila Yurov with the 24th pick I think is a really big get for them. Could be a big steal. So I would say among my winners is Minnesota's up there.
And Jack?
Yeah, I'll say Arizona.
We're in the Habs jersey.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, Randon already took the Habs, so I'll say Arizona. I mean, when you have 3 first-round picks, you should come out of the first round a winner, but I really liked all 3 of their first. You know, I mean, it would have been – they stuck to their guns with Cooley, 3rd overall, even when Wright had fallen that low. And I think Cooley was their guy all along. They had their sights set on, and they stuck with him. I think he'll be a really good player for them. And then you get Geeky 11th. I like that pick. And then the big defenseman Lambert at 29. That's another pick I really like. So I think Arizona did really well. I think they got, 4 more picks in the second round tomorrow. So, I mean, they're really well set up to have themselves a monster draft here.
Yeah, I think Arizona would probably be my pick, but just to kind of play devil's advocate, I really like what Columbus did. I mean, you get Juracek and then you get Matejchuk. It was just, I mean, after what they did last year with getting Kent Johnson in the top 5, and now you solidify your back end with a solid defensive pairing for like 10 years. That's going to be a team to watch on the East Coast.
And none of us even mentioned Seattle.
Getting right at 4, yeah.
Fall it right in your lap. So.
We're just letting more of a fire under Shane right here.
Exactly. He's going to go back and watch this and see what we said. And
although I think the real biggest winners is the Capitals getting, Ivan Mirtashenko. That's the winner right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. I think.
I wonder I wonder how much this was. I mean, it was obviously blown. Like GMs thought it's an issue because the Russians fell, but they were all there. Like they had no problem traveling to the draft. Like obviously getting a visa to actually be employed is a different story, but I mean, they were all there. They weren't all there at the combine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, so tomorrow should be fun. We finally get to see the Kings make some picks. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe they'll end up trading all of them, but it should be another fun day tomorrow.
All right, guys.
Thanks everybody for joining.
Yeah, appreciate everybody that was able to tune in here and follow along with us. And I think it was a fun day. It's a fun day. We'll see what tomorrow brings.
Sounds good. All right, and
go. All right, guys. Have a good night, guys.
See ya.